Live from Media Row in Santa Clara, this is Patriots Unfiltered.
We all we need. We all we got. We all we need. We all we got. We all we need. From the bottom to the top with incredible speed. I said, we all we got. We all we need. We all we got. We all we need. We all we got. We all we need. Leave the bodies at the bottom, hit the top of the league. Come on.
Presented by BuyAToyota.com.
All right, welcome to Patriots Unfiltered. We are back here live on Radio Row, Super Bowl 60. It's Deuce, it's Paul, it's me. We'll have a parade of guests like we did yesterday. It's going to be even better than it was yesterday, guys.
It's busier here than it was yesterday.
It's pretty
I'll tell you
wild.
that.
It's pretty wild here at Radio Row. We've seen Cam Newton. We've seen Dave Portnoy walk by. Joe Montana's in the house. A lot of people. It's crazy, and it's going to get even crazier tomorrow and Friday. So,
Fred, you forgot one person who I just saw, and I had to go smoke a cigarette afterwards, and that's Derrick Henry, everybody. Yes, if you're a PU fan, Derrick Henry is in the house. I don't know if we're going to be able to get him on the show here, but I took some pictures of him, and I'll savor those forever.
Wow. Okay. So it's pretty wild here.
Wacky, wild.
All right. So we've got a big show today. We'll be here until 5 o'clock Eastern time, 4 hours. Like I said, we'll have some special guests. I don't like to give it away because you never know what's going to happen. Maybe somebody that we didn't expect will come on and bump somebody else off. Who knows?
Yeah.
But so it's going to be wild. But anyway, it's 855-PASS-500 as always. Podcast at Patriots.com is the way to email us. So, guys, let's talk a little football before we get into all the other crazy stuff. Robert Spillane, I saw in his availability today, says he's 100% sure that he'll be playing. That's good news.
It's good news. What percentage will he be playing at? That's probably the bigger question, but he's a huge part of that defense, leader, communicator, tackler. Huge to get him back, and I think that will be a great boost for the Patriots defense. They need him. They need him in this game for sure.
Yeah, a good sign, though, that he's feeling that strong about it, and we'll see about Harold Landry, too, but I agree with Mike. I think Spillane's presence in the middle, if for nothing else, the communication of it all, keeping that whole group connected. I think that all the players talked about the differences when he returned, and I think it's no disrespect to the guys that played because I think they played well. Christian Ellis and Jack Gibbons, those guys, they filled in very well, but I think there's definitely a loss there without Spillane.
Yeah, no question.
So, staying at the defense, we have a kind of commute every day that we have to take to get here from the team hotel.
We all we got.
And
need.
It's similar to the commute I take every day from home to Foxborough. So I have a chance to think.
Fred thoughts.
Yeah, thoughts with Fred.
And, for our betting friends out there, I know that we're not allowed to, but, we're kind of touts.
Well, you are.
Yeah.
You are. I mean,
and
you are 11-1 in the postseason.
I was thinking that it might be good value. And I don't know if any of the books or the houses are offering this proposition, but if they're not, you should. Milton Williams, MVP.
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah, I think he'll have odds for
you
that.
Think so?
I mean, he won't have the best odds, but it'll be really hard. It's probably been, 20 years.
Yep.
Was it
since
the
that's
Cowboys?
happened.
Aaron Donald didn't have an MVP?
I don't believe. I believe Cooper Kupp won the MVP in that Super Bowl.
All right.
But Aaron Donald absolutely could have been, and that kind of shows you how difficult it is. So you'd get excellent odds, Freddie.
Right.
For that pick. And
that's why I think it's.
And that's a good one.
It's good value.
It's a good one because I think it's a possibility.
Yeah, and I think that for the Patriots to win this game, he's got to have a good game.
Yeah, to back you up, Fred, Seattle, one of the worst offenses, if not the worst, on 3rd and long. So that's Milton Williams' time to shine. They can get him into 3rd and long. Opportunities for Milton Williams to contribute.
So, I often have my feels, and I'm feeling it. I'm feeling Milton Williams as a big factor in this game and a big reason why the Patriots might come away with a victory.
How does Milton Williams feel about Freddie feeling him?
He's getting felt up by Freddie Fields.
Yeah.
I love it, though, Fred. I mean, Milton Williams has been outstanding, and I think you don't know what you got till it's gone, right, Paul? And when Milton Williams went out of the lineup, you saw a little dip in the play, not just the pass defense, but the run defense too. So he's a super disruptive guy. He walks guards back into the backfield all the time, and they're going to need him. And I just love the experience, too, of him playing in the Super Bowl last year, knowing what it takes. He's not going to be overwhelmed by this moment. And I think that sets it up for him to come out and play loose and free and play fast and play well.
Absolutely.
And if I'm not mistaken, I'd have to look this up. And you know me, I'm not much on the research.
Computers.
I go off the dome. Off the dome, I would say Richard Dent against the Patriots.
Wow.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
But I don't know if there's been a defensive lineman. Definitely Randy White, Harvey Martin split it in 77, Deuce, in Super Bowl 12. Again, off the dome.
Yeah, it's interesting that for that defense, it's so like the 46 defense, it was just kind of known as a singular entity and not really Richard Dent specifically. So I don't know. It's interesting that he got the MVP.
I'm pretty sure that Richard Dent won the MVP.
Yeah, having just rewatched that game, I can attest. And just about anybody on the Bears defense.
96 against Green Bay. Who was MVP?
Desmond
Howard. Okay.
Kickoff return.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, man.
I was going to say Reggie White could have easily had it too.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, I would have given it to someone on offense. But
yeah.
What about Brett Favre?
Yeah, I mean, you could have given it to Favre. I think Desmond Howard was probably a good pick, though. He had a major impact in the game.
Yep. All right, so I was just thinking about that. Then the other thing, we were talking last night, at the hotel, and we were talking about Gonzo. And I forget which one of you said that they were told by a coach that he has a photographic memory.
Yeah. I think that was Evan that shared that with us. Really impressive. I mean, it's what this guy's got, like all the athletic gifts in the universe, and he gets a photographic memory too.
Yeah.
Like, what do I get?
So we're gonna have to test that. We're gonna have to
show him a card and be like,
maybe
a
at
quiz.
one of the availabilities this week, we'll have Evan or somebody test that photographic memory. But that's interesting because they say that he often corrects the coaches.
Yeah.
Says no, that's not how it is. And he's usually right.
It's quite the skill. Maybe we can get him on the trivia team or something like that. I mean, how else does this manifest itself so we can take advantage of it? But I think, joking aside, Christian Gonzalez, and I've been lucky enough to do a couple radio hits this morning, television hits, Seattle Morning Television, thank you. And that's what everybody, really wants to talk about is Christian Gonzalez on JSN. And I think we said it yesterday. You can't just, okay, that's it, set it and forget it, follow them all around. Like, that's impossible. With the way they move JSN around and just how good JSN is. Like, I think you could have Darrelle Revis, Ty Law, and everybody else in one cornerback, and JSN would still make plays with the way he's playing this year. So critical third downs. That's what I'm watching. The gotta have it's the third and mediums, Paul. I like. Those are the downs where
those.
I did. I'm not for this game yet, so I'll get on that. But that's where I think it's Christian Gonzalez' time to shine. And I said it during the regular season. When you get in the playoffs, I don't know how the matchup's going to go, but I feel good having Christian Gonzalez on this roster.
I hope we get a chance to see some of it. Absolutely. Those, you want to see the best on the best, and that's in this game. The Patriots' best corner is Gonzalez, and obviously, you can make an argument that JSN's been the best receiver in football. Period.
Him or Puka.
This year, him. Yeah, it's one or the other.
Yeah. No, that's what in their Seattle radio. That's what I said to them. That Christian Gonzalez has been really good, but it's just exciting as a football fan to get to watch two guys that are that good, that athletic. It's going to be really fun to watch those guys.
Did my cough button work?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I think I just heard the cough live instead of headphones.
Good. All right. And then there was one other thing that I wanted to talk about. All right, never mind. All right, podcast at patriots.com is the way to email us. 855-PATS-500 is the hotline. Again, we're going to have a parade of guests starting, Mina Kimes, I think is going to be our first
I think she
guest.
leads off. I think she's in the leadoff spot.
Yeah.
About 10:45.
And Evan is going to effort to be here.
He's bombing here, I'm sure.
He cannot miss that.
No, he set it up.
Yeah, that is his interview.
Time to shine.
10:40. We're expecting Mina Kimes. So hopefully we get a few. We're trying to get some more too. It's a very active media center today.
Looking at Chris
Radio
Long
Row.
right over here.
Yep.
It's just they're everywhere.
Is it
Newton.
Chris or Kyle?
I think it was.
Where's Chris? I didn't see
Chris.
I saw Kyle. I didn't see Chris.
Yeah, that's Chris.
Is it?
Sitting over there. Yeah.
Okay.
Talking to that guy.
Okay.
Talking to the
What's
man.
your name?
The man.
The person over there.
Chris, of course, was a Patriot for a year.
Yeah. And he was a Eagle for the next year.
Yeah.
He won Super Bowls back-to-back years.
With different teams, which Milton Williams could potentially do. A reverse Chris Long, if you will.
LeGarrette Blount also, right?
Oh, yeah.
Did it?
Yeah, well, we had him on, and we were asking him about it. That was fun.
Let's see. John in South Carolina, I was watching a video where Tom was talking up May how he plays, moves in his arm, that doesn't go along with the emailer who said he only saw 10 passes. Not saying which one is right, just makes me question it. So what was he? There was an emailer that said Tom only watched 10 of his passes.
Yeah, that's what I don't know.
He said he's seen about 15 plays from Drake May all year.
Yeah.
And I said, like, I find that really hard to believe because he's the number one analyst on Fox, and he's not watching all of the teams. Of course he is.
Yeah. Well, Tom is getting a lot of grief these days.
Yeah,
because,
he is.
He's not, for Patriots fans, he's not giving us enough love.
What more do you need from the guy? I mean, he gave you 6 Super Bowls. He gave you 20 of the best years of your life. Do you need him to continue to be a cheerleader for the team? I looked at that TB12 night that we did when he went into the Hall of Fame, and I said, you know what? This is the button on this. They gave him a statue. It was an awesome time. We've closed the book, just like he probably has. And I just don't know why we continue to be so needy from Tom Brady. He's gone on to do different things. He gave us everything you could ever ask for. It doesn't matter to me, if he's going to still be our biggest fan.
I don't know. I kind of understand it. I understand why fans are a little bit upset about that because, after so many years, we had this dynasty and, it's something that we treasure and we want it forever and we want it to be complete. And without Tom Brady, it's like, we kind of don't have
like
it
continuing
anymore.
to be around and things. I mean,
or at least reminding everybody that I was a Patriot.
But
I
I
see
also
it both ways.
Yeah, but I also see there are certain Patriots alumni that they're always there, and it's not really all that exciting anymore. Like the novelty's worn off. I think now when you get to see Tom Brady participating in something for the Patriots or in some capacity, then it's exciting. But I don't know, man. I'm so focused on this current team and where this team's going to go and not living in the past and wondering. Tom Brady's a part owner of the Raiders now. He's calling games.
Mike doesn't have any time for that.
Yeah,
you guys
he's all
I didn't like him when I was here, and I don't like him now.
Correct.
Right.
Correct. Mike doesn't have any time for the past. But I do. I'm kind of in the middle of you two guys. I understand what Fred's talking about. And I would, as a, separating myself from what we do for a living, as a Patriots fan, it is a little disappointing that he doesn't seem to be as enthusiastic about
I
his,
get that.
his
Disappointing
Patriotness.
is not enthusiastic.
I don't think he's necessarily openly bitter, and there's been some guys that have left and have really trashed the place. And I don't really see Brady doing that. I think he still has a lot of respect for Robert Kraft and the Kraft family and whatnot and the organization itself. And we remember what he said, right?
Yeah.
What he said at the event at the Hall of Fame ceremony about being a Patriot for life. But we do have to remember that even though he was a Patriot for so long, he did have success with another team. He did grow up admiring a separate team altogether from that. So the fact that it's not just all about the Patriots for him, maybe I can understand both sides a little bit.
Yeah,
a little bit.
I don't know. What he did here was pretty remarkable. So I don't know.
It's pretty remarkable that Evan Lazar made it here so fast.
Yeah, Evan's here.
It's very impressive.
He's just getting set up. I do have some news for people. I guess there was a social post that went out yesterday about this, but I didn't see it, so I'm assuming that maybe some fans didn't see it. But if you're in the San Francisco area for the Super Bowl and you're looking for the Patriots place to be, there's going to be a couple rallies. Friday night.
Hey, it's Joe Flacco. It's my guy.
Joe Flacco, wow.
Give Paul the pulp.
Friday night from 4 to 7 at a place called Underdog's Cantina. That's in San Francisco. That's Friday at 4 to 7. There'll be a Patriots rally there. And then on Saturday at a place called Splash Sports Bar. That's from 3 to 6. That's on Saturday. Both those places are in San Francisco. Okay, Matt's knocking over tables here.
Whoa.
Yep. So we've got Underdog's Cantina from 4 to 7 on Friday, and then Splash Sports Bar from 3 to 6 on Saturday. So those are the two rally places for Patriots fans. I'm sure there'll be giveaways, cheerleaders, mascot, all kinds of stuff going on there. So we'll say it later on in the show as well, but just wanted to get that news out there. So that's good stuff.
And then we see. Are we allowed to say there's a live taping as well going on Saturday?
Yeah, I would love to. I just don't know where it is.
Oh.
Yeah, that'll be.
Is that the other one?
Yeah, that'll be at the Saturday. Splash
Splash
Sports Bar is where they're going to also tape All Access.
Yeah, so, you play your cards right. Maybe you can have a beer. Maybe you can buy me a beer.
Paulie will be there.
I don't know. Let's get crazy about the night.
Yeah. Hey, Evan.
There's
Hello.
Evan.
How we doing?
What's up, Ev?
What's going on? Give
Not
yourself
much.
a little slack.
Yeah,
here.
I know.
How was your drive?
It wasn't terrible.
No?
No.
It's not terrible today.
No,
No,
it
it
wasn't
wasn't.
terrible. I'm one of those people that can work in the car, so that was kind of nice. Got some
I saw that
Some
come through. I was like,
some things done.
Breaking down the old 22 on the ride.
Of course, cover 6, all the good stuff.
I thought you were going to fight Dan Orlovsky. He was right here when you walked in, and I'm like, oh, it's on.
Dan Orlovsky. No, we're bald. No, we're friends.
So you were at a little bit of the Access this morning?
I was at most of it. Yeah, I was at most.
We
of it.
talked about Spillane,
Yep.
mentioning that he's ready to go.
Yeah. Yep.
What else did you learn today?
Honestly, these ones have been pretty subdued, but I think the general gist of Mike Vrabel this morning was just it's go time now. We got kind of you're at the Super Bowl, yay! That's sort of done, and now these next 48 hours, he used his favorite phrase, critical, for the next 48 hours. That
Critical.
This is down to brass tacks. Start the game plan and get everything installed and get ready for Seattle. And he mentioned the families coming in and all that stuff. The weekend can kind of get a little hectic again. So I think that right now they're trying to get it back to football as much as they possibly can.
So before you got here, I was talking about another one of my Freddie Fields premonitions.
Yes.
And I was saying that if you're a bettor and you can get a proposition on Milton Williams as MVP, take it. Take the bet.
It's going to need a strip sack in there or
What do you
something.
think about that?
I mean, I definitely think that that's a matchup that they're going to try to exploit. Their interior three, Zabel is a good rookie, but he's a rookie, kind of like the Patriots rookies. Has had some ups and downs. Their right guard is another guy that I think a lot of people
struggled, right?
Are talking about. Bradford is someone that they can target. So I think that's the game, on both sides of the ball, really, is how well can the Patriots' offensive line hold up against Seattle's pass rush and vice versa. And whichever team survives that matchup in the trenches is probably going to win.
So I just thought, again, using off the top of my dome, I think the last time the Super Bowl was here, Super Bowl 50, right, in Santa Clara, Denver over Carolina, I think Von Miller may have been the MVP of that game.
Yeah.
Oh.
There you go.
Okay.
There you go.
So you got some karma. The last time it was in Santa Clara, Fred.
I think
A
Cam
defensive
Newton should
lineman.
have been the
Whoa.
MVP of that.
He didn't try to
Talk
get the
about
ball.
fool's gold.
did
He didn't
not-
try to
he did
recover the
not.
fumble.
He
He's
didn't
over there,
even-
by the way.
Yeah, well,
He's got a great hat on.
back at you.
We were actually talking. I was talking to Josh McDaniels a little bit this morning, and he mentioned Cam Newton for very different reasons. But we were talking about installing plays to use Drake's mobility in the offense, and I was just asking him about how different that is from his experience. Really, for the most of his career, has been with stationary quarterbacks like Brady, and he did mention Cam as probably the biggest inspiration for some of the things that they've done. But he mentioned that Cam was a different beast. He's 250-pound battering ram, but a lot of the things that they've installed with Drake May, he said his first real taste of that was with Cam Newton in 2020.
Yeah, just saw Tony Dungy walk by, and he made some ripples because he refuses to say who he voted for the Hall of Fame.
Well, you know what that means.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but I guess Belichick lost by one vote.
That's the reporting.
Yeah.
So he could have changed that.
Nope.
Yeah.
Could have.
All right.
Not tonight.
Yeah. But we're seeing people walk by. It's an exciting place right now.
It's a lot more people watching today because it's just, everybody just crosses your. I mean, we saw C.D. Lamb walk by. I don't know if you caught him. Like, it's just a parade of NFL players.
David Monterey, I've been telling my friends that I'm a Patriots fan and my quarterback is Drake May. I think that makes it clear that we're on to the next dynasty and focused on who's the team now. So forget about Tom Brady, he says.
You don't have to
He's
forget
with you,
about
Mike.
him. No,
Don't forget you. Brady.
You don't have to be sad it was over. Just be happy that it happened.
Yeah. All right. Robin,
Do I sound like the Navy SEAL yesterday?
I was going to say you're on the right. You're on the right
I'm
side.
working on it.
You're on the right side of the equal sign, but don't forget about the people that got you that are on the left
right,
side.
that's
right. Do you have your map?
Yeah. No, there were a couple people that were subtracting on that side too,
Right.
but that's all right.
Okay. Let's see. Sam in Halifax, UK. With all the talk about Seattle being a scheme defense, and Evan mentioning last week the possibility that the complex scheme could land defenders out of position, does this present an opportunity for Henderson to find a crease and hit a big play? It's likely he might struggle in terms of traditional running, but I'm feeling a 40-plus yard play from him this game.
Yeah, we talked about that a little bit yesterday. I think your better chances of production in the running game, I think, is something like that, as opposed to lining up traditionally and getting them for 5 yards a carry. They're a really stout run defense. They only allow about 90 yards, but all defenses are susceptible to one big play. I mean, you never know if you crease somebody, you block one up perfectly, and Henderson, hits it. And, that's go back to whatever that stretch was, Tampa, that stretch to like Buffalo,
Giants,
where it was all of a sudden he was making big play after big play. Maybe one of those turns the Super Bowl.
Yeah, he averaged, I believe, near the top of the league in terms of average yards per carry against two high safety shells, which is what Seattle bases their defense out of more than any other defense in the league. They play two high safeties at like 75% clip, and Henderson, lighter boxes, more space to kind of see creases and maneuver in there. The hope is that maybe he could spring one, but I think the other side of it, though, is do you trust him to hold up in pass protection? Because McDonald is going to, scheme it up in the pass rush, and they're going to probably blitz a good amount. And if he's going to be on the field for any sort of high volume snaps, or you're going to trust him to pick up blitzes like Ramondre can.
And I would just say that there's a handful of big plays that the Patriots have made over the last 4 to 6 weeks that have been almost directly responsible Ramondre Stevenson.
Yeah.
And not necessarily because he was making the play with the ball in his hands, but making it possible for Drake May to hit somebody with his blocking.
Yep.
He's kind of my X factor for this game. I don't think anybody's really talking about him, and I think it's a good example of somebody who's playing really great football here down the stretch, maybe the best football of his career, all-around game. And that, to me, I know it's a really tough defense, but it's one of those things you keep hammering away, and you hope at some point Ramondre or Henderson maybe breaks one.
Yep. Let's try to get some phone calls in here. We'll start with Cole in Nebraska. What's up, Cole?
How you doing?
Good.
Hey, guys, I got a question for you. I grew up understanding that Bill Belichick, one of his greatest tasks was just eliminating the best player on the team. Let's say, hypothetically, we eliminate JSN. Where do the guys stand up on our defense versus the rest of their offense?
So what if we eliminate JSN? What's the
How
rest?
does the Patriots, the rest of the defense, how do they match up against the rest of Seattle's offense?
Well, I mean, the tight end, I think, he had a bunch of catches, and he's a big boy. I think a lot of their early down stuff, they like to go to him. I think they love to pound Kenneth Walker, so I'd start with those two guys. Of course, Rashid Shaheed, downfield speed. I mean, you can't get beat. You can't give up a giant score to that guy. They've obviously already played him this year when he was on the Saints still. So those are the three main. I mean, I think it just all starts with stopping Kenneth Walker.
The thing about Seattle, other than JSN, and we've talked about this before, and thanks for the call, Cole, is that they're a balanced team. Like there's nobody, when you look at the numbers, that is, close to, 100 catches. But it's spread out.
Outside of JSN.
Outside of JSN.
Yeah.
It's spread out. Now, when they lost Charbonnet, I know, Evan, you kind of poo-pooed it, but I think that was a big loss for them.
I think it's a big loss for them in blitz pickup. He's definitely the better player in terms of blocking. Kenneth Walker is a far more dynamic runner and has had a great playoffs. So I didn't really expect Charbonnet to play a ton outside of, third down situational stuff where he's got to pick up blocks or, in terms of like short yardage, which is where he played a lot.
But I also see when they needed stuff, he's kind of a go-to guy on the ground. And I see him picking up critical,
in short yardage, definitely. I mean, he's a battering ram. He's a big dude. They won't have that ability. I think the biggest thing with Seattle, when you see teams that have had success against their offense, it's really those 6-man defensive line fronts that the Patriots actually kind of started in Super Bowl 53, and then you play with the 2 safeties over the top to put a cloud, put 2 guys over the top of their receivers. So can you stop the run with 6 or 7 guys and be able to do that? I think is going to be one of the keys to the game. They run a lot of that stretch play, outside zone. It's a Shanahan offense, Shanahan tree type of offense, and that's what they're going to do. So if you can go out there and stop the run, like the Patriots have been this postseason so far really well, then I think that you like your chances of getting them into some of these bad situations for their offense.
The last thing that Evan just said is the reason to answer the question. If they somehow hypothetically took JSN out of the game, I don't think the Seahawks offense would present much of a challenge, because now it's on Kenneth Walker. The Patriots' run defense has been ridiculously stout when healthy. I just don't see Seattle finding answers if you take away something that's that big a piece of the puzzle.
Yeah, one of the biggest mismatches in this game is Seattle in 3rd and long versus the Patriots defense in 3rd and long. The Patriots defense, number 1 in the league in 3rd down and long conversion rate. Seattle is 31st in the league in converting 3rd and longs offensively. So when you get him to 3rd and long, when you get pressure on Darnold, he's not the same quarterback. He's not nearly as good in those types of situations when it's obvious pass and he has to drop back. So can you do that? That also allows you on 3rd down to maybe double JSN or have some sort of scheme element because a pass is coming. So all those things are prevalent on 1st down. I think 1st down is the biggest down in this entire game.
But, having said that, they're the number 1 seed in the NFC, so I'm sure a lot of teams know what you're just saying and tried to do what you're saying, and they just couldn't do it.
Yeah, not consistently.
Why couldn't they?
Not consistently. And I mean, I went through and watched, all of his interceptions this year, and I've noticed more than a few times he's looking at JSN first, and if it's not there, that's when you start to get Darnold unraveled a little bit. So I think that's, a big part of it, making sure you take him away early, but he gets open late too. I mean, there's times where Darnold scrambles a little bit, and JSN's just too athletic. No one can stick with him late in the down, and Darnold finds him. So it's hard to do it for 60 minutes every play. JSN is going to make some plays in this game.
Yeah. So it's so funny. I just saw Jerry Madelon, our guy, walking with Mike Tannenbaum.
Yeah.
And then he was talking with Ben Watson.
Yeah. Ben Watson was right in front of us. I thought he was going to give us a look, but he didn't.
No.
What kind of look?
Head down.
He just forgot all about us.
Yeah, like Patriots.
Just forgot about us. Yeah.
I've been on that show before.
Okay, Ben.
How many guys walking around here have been on this show before?
Yeah.
Well, he has.
That's true. Benjamin.
We'll stop talking about that play you made against Denver. It's all right.
How about the touchdown he had in the 2009 opener against the Bills with the up the seam of Brady with the game winner? That's my Ben Watson play there.
It was a touchback, dude. It was a touchback. That's all that matters.
Let's go to Herm in D.C.
Good shot, though. That was
What's
good
up,
ball.
Herm?
Yeah. Good ball.
Hey. Hello?
Hey.
Hello, Herm.
Hey.
Hi. Herm, you can speak. We can hear you.
Yes. Okay, sorry, because I'm having technical issues. Real quick, so I can't see a scenario where essentially my bet is on Coach Vrabel compared to was it Mike McDaniel?
Matt McDonald. Mike McDonald.
McDonald. Yeah, I can't even think of the guy's name. But long story short, I'm pretty much guaranteeing the division will win because, again, if all is equal, I think one of the biggest equalizers to me is Coach Vrabel. I just think that he will be able to come up with a defensive game plan to essentially slow down the Seahawks offense, and more specifically JSN, versus the Seahawks offense being able to scheme up against our defense, if that makes sense. So,
well, what about Seattle's defense against the Patriots offense? Like, McDonald's is a defensive coach.
I understand that, but again, I just trust Drake May and Josh McDaniels against that defense, right? And I remember you were talking about how obviously Drake May didn't have the greatest playoff performance so far.
He hasn't had any good ones.
My personal belief. Well, and it's my personal belief that, and it sounds like an excuse, but I do think what had a lot to do with it, right? Because Sam Darnold, yes, he lit up the Rams, but split in California. You know what I mean?
Or Seattle.
Two games in California.
That was Seattle, but that's okay.
Oh, Seattle.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, but
All right, so we're going with the Patriots are going to win. We're going to go with the Patriots are going to win because theory.
I don't think.
Which I don't necessarily disagree with. I did make my pick yesterday on Patriots Unfiltered TV, and I went with the Patriots. In full disclosure, we don't have to wait till Friday. I would like to have some reasoning other than.
Yeah.
Well, Vrabel will
if
shut
we're going
down.
the coaching angle, I don't think that there's much of a advantage either way schematically. I think both these staffs are really, really good X's and O's wise. Vrabel's playing experience, McDaniels' coaching experience
I think
in
that's
the Super
valuable.
Bowl versus what Seattle is bringing to the table with a head coach and a coordinator that have never been here before. I do think if you want to take that route, then that's probably the argument. McDonald's one of the best defensive schemers in the league, and Clint Kubiak just got a head coaching job because of how good he's been on offense. So I don't think that there's some big gap between the coaching staffs from a X's and O's standpoint, but maybe an experience standpoint that could help the Patriots.
Yeah.
Right. And I would just say, would you say that Mike Vrabel is a better coach than Sean McDermott?
Yes.
Yeah.
I would. I would probably go into a game saying, I think the Patriots have an edge here.
Yeah.
And that was probably one of the most glaring mismatches in strategy, the second half of that game in Foxborough. McDermott did some things that the Patriots were not ready for, and it completely changed the game.
Yep.
So, you can think you have an edge in something, and as LeGarrette Blount told us, whatever you think is going to happen is probably not going to come out that way.
Right.
So there's a lot of different twists and turns to these games. I do think that Vrabel's I love Evan's point about Vrabel and McDaniels. That experience, I think, has value in a big game, and McDonald doesn't have that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Doesn't have the same
stuff. I think if you spread it out, I think Seattle has better talent across the board, spread out. But it's not so much that they have this huge advantage. When we look at these Super Bowls, we've been to a few of them, right, Paul?
Well, you guys have.
I sniffed for you.
Each one of these, there's games within the game. There's certain parts of the 60 minutes that have their own identity. I think of the Carolina game where every quarter seemed to be like a different game. And a lot of these,
really it was.
It's just you have to kind of break it up. And it's really hard to predict what's going to happen because it doesn't hold true throughout the whole game. There's shifts in momentum. Defenses get tired at the end a lot of times in the Super Bowl, not just the Patriots, but, there's a lot of energy expended up front. And toward the end, defenses, tend to, get tired and offenses start to surge at the end. I remember the first Super Bowl that the Patriots won. If that game had gone into overtime, there's a good chance, and back then the overtime rules were different. There's a good chance the Patriots would have lost that game because the Rams were surging, and our defense had expended so much energy stopping Marshall Faulk and Kurt Warner early that they didn't have much left.
Yeah. Well, let me ask you a question. How many, what are the best couple Patriots defenses all time? 03, 04, right? 03. Did anyone see the Carolina Panthers putting up, 30-something points on them? It's just such a bizarre
29,
game.
Deuce. Don't
29,
exaggerate.
sorry.
No.
But you know what I mean?
Absolutely.
That's one of the best Patriots defenses. I mean,
that's bunches.
That's a great point that Fred makes. Is some of these games, they have, there was no scoring in the first and third quarters of that game. It was all in the second and fourth. And, Rodney breaks his arm, and a guy like Sean Mayer. So Brendan Schooler is playing safety with the game on the line. That was Sean Mayer. He was a special teamer. That's all. That's all his role was all year. And with the Super Bowl, you never know.
Yeah.
I was watching 49 the other night. This is the first Seattle Patriots
your usual
game.
rewatches.
No, well, it
just
happened to be on NFL Network, right?
They've been showing it.
So, and I'm watching. It was in the middle of the second quarter. And the Patriots had just scored to go up 7-0, and Seattle puts a drive together, and Russell Wilson completed his first pass of the game. There were about 6 minutes left in the half, and it was like a record for the longest to complete his first pass.
Right.
Then all of a sudden, you look up in the middle of the fourth quarter, and you're down 24-14 or whatever it was.
Yep.
Seattle had certainly gotten in gear by then, so there was totally different games even within the game, like Fred said.
And I'll look at the game where the Patriots lost to the Eagles. It seemed like, Patriots are kind of cruising. Brandon Cooks goes down.
Yeah.
And, like, you look, oh, well, you don't really need Brandon Cooks. No, you did need him in that game.
Oh, you probably needed Malcolm Butler, too.
Yeah, you needed Malcolm Butler, but, like, he tries to do this crazy move where he tries to go over the guy's helmet, and he's out for the game.
That was
and
depressing.
That changed things. So these Super Bowls are different animals than, I think, regular season games. They really are.
Especially from half to half, I feel like, too, like, because of the halftime is so long that whatever you did you almost have to have 2 game plans going into it, because whatever you did in the first half, there's going to be that extra time for these coaches to figure out what you were doing, and then there's going to be adjustments to the first half. And so you often hear sometimes that they almost have 2 different game plans going into the game, because they know that sort of 30-plus minute halftime is a lot longer than it normally is.
Yep. In-game adjustments, that type of thing. They become critical.
Yeah, I saw a story on the interwebs that Brady and Josh rewrote their red zone.
I had heard that
playlist before Super Bowl 49, 2 days before.
Yeah,
they decided to put in a bunch of other stuff.
I know it was 2 plays, but the one where Edelman's pointing at the sideline, when he caught the little, jerk route, return route, that one, I think we had known that was a play that they put in the ballroom the night before the game on Saturday night. They had installed that play, and they had ran it, and that was really fascinating. I didn't know the second one, the one to LaFell, slant route to LaFell.
Slant,
I guess that was the other play that they installed that they threw a touchdown on.
All right, let's go to on the 855-PATS-500, the hotline. Let's go to Tom in Oakland. Hey, Tom.
Hey, what's up, guys? Sorry for a little bit of a subject change, but wondering what favorite things that you've eaten or done in San Francisco in a few days here, or maybe something you're looking forward to.
Well, we've been kind of working a lot, so I haven't really had a lot of time to do any sightseeing or any fun stuff like that. I did have a good meal last night at a place called Indian Sizzler. So if you like Indian food, that was really good. But that's in Santa Clara. But other than that, we haven't really had a chance to do anything yet.
It's all you can eat night at the Sizzler.
It's been more of a nostalgia tour for me because we got to go to In-N-Out, and we've gone back-to-back days to Mel's Drive-In, which is a place I used to go to all the time out here. So, but I think tonight we have a little company party, so I think there's going to be some good food tonight. I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, the problem for us, and we
on
said,
the run.
Yeah, and we said that we wouldn't do this. So if not, please don't take this as complaining. We're happy to do our jobs. We're in Santa Clara. To get to San Francisco is taking over an hour each way. So we're here to do the radio, and then we go back to the hotel. So the idea of coming an hour back to go an hour back home twice in the same day is a lot. So we haven't really gotten a chance to get to any of the, the nice restaurants. And I keep getting people recommending, various places. This prime rib place and this, this different bar is supposed to be really good. And I'd love to see them all. My guess is on Saturday we'll get a chance to see a couple with these parties that the Patriots are having, but that's about it.
Yeah. So, all right, Tom, you're in Oakland. Do you have any recommendations?
Yeah, I mean, I know the Connecticut Yankees got brought up a bunch. I've watched a handful of Pats games there. Kezar Pub is some of the best buffalo wings, I'd say, this side of the world.
Okay.
Buffs, guys.
I need that.
It's right by Kezar Stadium, which is where the Niners played way back in the day.
Yeah.
That's what that one's named for. But and then the touristy areas over there, Pier 39, it's touristy, but it's cool. You can go see the seals and the shops and all that kind of stuff. So, plenty of fun stuff. But, I mean, I went to the Pro Bowl last night. It took me over an hour to get over the bridge from Oakland. So,
oh, wow.
It's a nightmare getting around.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks for calling in, Tom.
Appreciate it, guys.
Thanks, Tom.
Tom in Oakland. On the subject of they hate us.
Because they jealous us.
Which I always love this subject. John in South
determined that
Carolina.
there's more disrespect. That's why people keep walking through our set.
Right. John in South Carolina writes in, says, I live in South Carolina. I have Clemson and Patriots stickers on my truck. I have to switch the Patriots sticker because it will get written on, ripped, keyed, etc. Nothing ever happens to the Clemson or Bruins stuff. People still hate us and are still sick of us. This mostly happens at stores and Lowe's. It isn't even people I've interacted with.
Lowe's.
Life is different outside of New England. Outside of New England, you keep your mouth shut unless you're around friends when it comes to the Pats, unless you feel like getting into an argument with someone who only watches college football but still wants to crap on the Patriots. sports radio isn't really an issue unless you get an old head blaming the Patriots for ruining Cam Newton.
We should ask him about it. He's right over there.
Oh, God.
Do you think we could get him on? That would be funny, just to try to convince him.
I don't know.
Why do you
I don't know how the current quarterback would feel about that, dude.
McClellan.
We'll hold his feet to the fire.
Yeah.
Did you ever find out what Mac Jones' real middle name was?
McClellan.
Oh, man.
Okay. Let's go to Sean in Vancouver. What's up, Sean?
Hey, I'm disappointed, as I'm sure everyone is, hearing that Kraft, the best owner in history of sports, is not in the Hall of Fame. But I'm not surprised because, and Evan, I'm sure you agree, the Pro Football Hall of Fame has a bias against the Patriots. And I wouldn't be surprised if Vinatieri doesn't get in, and then next year if they make Gronk wait. So this is my question. Let's say in 2028 there's a complete flip. It's a Patriots party. It's Brady, it's Gronk, it's Belichick, it's Kraft, it's Vinatieri, it's even Rodney Harrison. Would you all go for that induction ceremony? I would.
I think the better question is, what would Patriots Nation have to bitch about being hated by the league?
Right.
What would they fabricate next?
Just a mass induction.
Because let me just state this for the record: if Vinatieri and Gronkowski and Brady don't get in, then I'll say, you know what? I was stubbornly wrong. This is clearly a bias against the Patriots. If those kinds of guys don't get in the Hall of Fame, if Tom Brady and Rob Gronkowski,
not a first, those two guys.
I mean,
Adam Vinatieri.
Adam Vinatieri is going to get in the Hall of Fame. Tom Brady's going to get. I don't really care like what year. It's not really all that important to me.
Well,
but if they don't get in the Hall of Fame, then I'll say you guys were right. This is clearly a bias.
There's something special about
Thanks,
being when you're
Tom
when you're
Brady's going to be a
deserving.
first ballot Hall of Fame.
Yeah, like when you're deserving,
he has to be.
first ballot is
And
there's
he will
something
be.
special about that.
who on that list
He
could
will be a first
above
ballot.
him?
Nobody.
I say the same thing for Gronk. Like, who on the list
I would agree,
could
and I
be
think
more
they'll
of a
both
slam
be.
dunk than Rob Gronkowski?
And I think they'll both be first ballot Hall of Famers.
Yeah.
But I'm
I
just
would
saying,
hope-
if they don't get in the Hall of Fame, then I'll say you guys are right. There's a
I would
bias.
hope so.
It just might be L.C. Greenwood's.
All right. Good time for a break. So let's take one. When we come back, maybe we'll have some guests. I don't know. Somebody's late. All right. We'll be right back.
Come on. Switch it. Come on. Come on. Come on. Switch. Switch.
Let there be ideas too big to stay ideas, and the software to make them soar. Let there be anything. Autodesk.
The future with AI will twist and turn. Cisco is the critical infrastructure for the AI era, clearing your path to wide open possibility. Cisco.
Dunkin's $5 meal deal. A yummy wake-up wrap. A medium iced or hot coffee. And 6 crispy golden hash browns. Dunkin's $5 meal deal. A deal for everyone.
It ain't my dad's razor, Dad.
Hey, watch it.
It's from Gillette Labs. This green bar releases trapped hairs from my face.
Game changer.
While the Flex, this contours to it. So the 5 blades can get virtually every hair in one stroke. For the ultimate Gillette shaving experience.
The best a man can get
is Gillette Labs.
We had a Crime Stopper tip come in.
We walked into a real one tonight.
How much you sitting on?
Over 20 mil.
Any ideas who might want this money?
The cartel, dirty cops.
Where do you want to start?
Move, go!
It'd be so much easier if we just stole this money. I swear to God.
Come on. Switch it. Come on. Come on. Come
Switch. Switch.
Let there be ideas too big to stay ideas, and the software to make them soar. Let there be anything. Autodesk.
This is Patriots Unfiltered.
Presented by Toyota's official website for deals, buyatoyota.com.
Patriots Unfiltered.
Excited here to have our first guest of the day, and it's a good one of my favorites. If you got to watch NFL live, I mean, come on, it's Mina Kimes from ESPN. Mina,
hi.
So great to see you. Thank you for stopping by. Now, is it true? I got to start this off because we heard rumors when you were in Gillette Stadium. They were like, one of our camera guys was like, Mina Kimes really likes Evan's stuff. She reads his stuff. So we got to hear from you now.
This guy.
They're gonna embarrass me now.
Yeah, I'm gonna embarrass you. He's like one of the best.
Make fun of him later, so don't worry about embarrassing him.
One of the best young NFL writers working today. I've hit you before. You do a great job covering the team. I don't know. Everyone's. I'm now at the age where I can call people young, right?
I'm teasing.
Yeah, I was. I told you I was texting my friend Bill Simmons about how good you are, and I did a good job you do covering the team, and it's been a fun season to read along.
It has been a fun season. I know you're also a Seahawks fan,
yeah.
So I mean this is pretty cool for you. I mean,
we come in peace. It's okay.
No, and I'm kind of a closet Seahawks fan too. Like I have a Steve Largent jersey when I was a kid, and everyone's making fun of me all week that I have like split alliances, but I'm really a Patriots guy. But what's your biggest takeaway from this game right now as we get ready to get into this thing?
Okay, so the thesis I've kind of been presenting to people this week, because obviously I did my show digging into the matchups and all the various exos and whatnot, is I have my feeling is that I think the Patriots' offense is better than what we've seen, and the defense is a little bit worse than what we've seen, and I think people are overrating the defense, a little bit underrating the offense. How do you guys feel about that?
I think that's fair.
I can definitely see that.
Yeah, I think the one thing that Patriots fans are holding out hope for is that they played some bad weather games here in the playoffs, especially that fourth quarter in Denver was pretty tough for both teams. So some better weather in this climate. Maybe Drake May plays a little bit more like he did in the regular season compared to the playoffs. But I'm fascinated to see how he looks against another great defense. You know, that's another big part of this is I wanted to ask you about your MVP vote here in a second,
please.
But the biggest thing that we heard all year was him against weaker defenses all season long, and then they get into the playoffs, and it's the Texans, it's the Broncos, now it's Seattle.
It's a gauntlet,
yeah, we're kind of finding out a little bit about that too. So I agree with your thesis. I just wonder where that falls in the middle.
I know, right? Yeah, the expectation is not that he's going to light Seattle up. I just think they're too difficult, but more so that I think. Like you said, he's played some really difficult defenses. I think the weather was a big deal. And I think, with a couple weeks to prepare, and I think there's things that he can do, strengths that he can play into, that'll make it look better than it has thus far.
Can I ask you, one of the questions we're getting a lot from people, you look at Seattle's offense, and it's obviously JSN-centric.
Yeah.
119 catches. The next guy is down, 75 or so. And everybody's like, well, if you just take JSN out of the game, like you can just wave your magic wand.
I know.
So obviously all the teams that Seattle has played have gone in to say, this is what we're going to do.
Yeah.
You follow Seattle as closely as anyone.
Right.
So why are they so successful being able to still have him be the man?
Yeah, there's a litany of reasons for that. Right. It'd be so nice if they could just say, hey, Gonzo, follow him, right? And then suddenly you're not left with numbers disadvantages everywhere because Seattle's so good at taking advantage of JSN's gravity. I'm sure you guys now have watched a lot of tape, but inevitably at some point in the game, one of their miscellaneous tight ends is going to be wide-ass open because of JSN. It happens every, and a lot of it is usually they take most of their shots off with play action, so that contributes to it as well. You're getting not just matchup advantages from a personnel standpoint, although I think it's going to be very interesting to see how New England plays that, but also just you get one-on-ones that way downfield. They run a lot of two-man concepts with him, and he'll pull half the defense and someone is open. You have seen defenses pay him a lot of attention. Obviously, he faces a lot of cloud. And I think Clint Kubiak has done a really good job of moving him around to avoid that. That's something I suspect we'll see a decent amount in this game. He'll put him in the backfield. He'll put him in the slot. That's something I'll be interested in seeing how much he does that. So for New England, I think it's challenging, but it's also something you have to constantly adjust to within the game. You can't go in saying, cool, he's going to split out wide and we're going to, do one double or whatever, because they're going to move him around. You're going to have to constantly reevaluate.
Before you got to go, your MVP vote. You voted for Drake May. You're a Drake May MVP voter. Just what kind of put it over the top for you to vote for him over Stafford?
Yeah, I know. So that is Thursday. I'm on First Take with Dan. So Pats fans, please support me. I need your help, especially given the postseason. And I keep being like, it's a regular season award. I
think you said that 50 times in your podcast.
Well, I actually think what we're talking about too is like kind of confusing the conversation, because I keep hearing like the Pats have an elite defense and I'm like, that's literally. Did you guys watch any games this year? This is not what it looked like during the regular season, and some of that has to do with injuries, But for me, it was like two things. So I look at dominance and then I look at value. So from a dominance perspective, I thought statistically it was not close. Drake beat him in just about Stafford, right? In basically every metric possible, both the sort of more basic ones, but also the advanced ones. The opponent gets brought up a lot. My colleague Bill Barnwell did an excellent piece. I think this is kind of first letting people understand that, yes, the Patriots faced a weaker slate of opponents, but it was really offenses more than defenses. And if you actually divide it into defenses, it wasn't that different from what Matthew Stafford faced. To me, and this is where maybe some Pats fans will be angry, that was actually more of a point against Mike Vrabel winning Coach of the Year than it was against May as MVP. So there's statistically, he beats him in every way. Okay, then there's the value thing, and I think this is what put it over the top for me. Matthew Stafford had the best run game in football by a pretty significant margin this year, and a top 5 defense. I know we just saw them in the playoffs. I'll tell you, during the regular season, the Rams were like top 5 in DVOA. New England run game and defense, bottom 10 in both regards. So if I'm looking at the team and I'm saying who did more, who carried more on their shoulders, who was more responsible for, by the way, a team that literally got, that won their division, unlike the other one, it's the young quarterback. So I didn't think it was particularly hard, to be honest.
Well, you don't need to convince us.
I love the last part of that argument.
Yeah,
we're just gonna did more with less, was responsible for more.
MVP.
Yeah,
that's
why he's the MVP.
I didn't even bring up Puka Nacua.
Yeah,
who was my offensive player of the year.
Right, so you have a guy that's offensive player of the year, better offensive line probably a little bit in the Rams, better run game. That's what we've been saying, is if there's one guy that's elevated the talent more, it's probably him.
And it sounds like you listen to the podcast. Actually, so JB, who's great, brought up like, the run game of the Rams probably benefits. And then when I looked it up as we were taping, I was like, actually, the Rams have faced fewer light boxes than the Patriots.
Yeah,
so I'm putting that one in my pocket for tomorrow.
Over the top because of Drake's deep ball. And him and Kayshon Boutte. Bootie's been seeing cloud all playoffs. They don't want him to go over the top.
And I think Boutte and Diggs are really underrated. Like our catch stats love them. NGS's catch stats love them. I know you get into advanced numbers, so you've seen all of this. So I don't want to say like Drake's out there playing with scrubs. I think people underrated the New England pass catchers as well. I love the Diggs signings, but I didn't think Kayshon Boutte would become what he's become. But, they're not Puka Nacua. Let's be serious.
Well, Mina, thank you so much for taking the time. I'm sure you're crazy busy right now, so keep up the great work. We appreciate you, and we'll see you maybe after the Super Bowl.
This is so fun. I can't wait to read your recap after the game.
Thank you.
Oh, wow, are we going to have to hose him down?
Mina Kimes, everybody.
Thank you very much for
coming
coming.
Hi, guys. It was great to meet you.
All right. Well,
so Ev, you got all your advanced stats there.
I know.
Nutshell.
We're kindred
it.
spirits. That's what I told you.
I gotta take on Dan tomorrow.
Yeah. We'll bring Dan over here.
We loved him, but Evan has a little thing that goes back and forth. I'm frustrated with Orlovsky. I love Orlovsky today. It's like it goes back and forth.
I didn't think it was close.
I love it.
Great
Thanks,
stuff. Great
Mina,
start.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, Mina.
Bye, guys.
Appreciate it.
All right.
Well, yeah, that's there you go, F. Sorry to embarrass you a little bit, but I think we all needed to get that out there.
Mike, good job getting us back in, by the way. That was a good job subbing in on the fly.
I appreciate it. Freddie Fields had to step out for a second.
I knew the embarrassment was going to be coming a little bit, so I was prepared. It's
you do good work. You get some props from one of the national. I love NFL Live. It's such a great.
Are you all right?
Great. It was great.
He is a little red.
It was a great time.
No, she's great. I mean, honestly, I don't know what point over the last few years that I really just started watching NFL Live, but I think they do such a great job. The good foursome, they got good chemistry. It's just perfect afternoon kind of way to wrap up the day.
What do they talk about?
Football.
I don't know if I've ever seen that show.
I think that the show that gets the NBA, I think, tends to dominate. Like inside the NBA is always like revered as like the best studio show that they have these days.
Yeah.
And they've done a really good job, I think, with NFL Live of Mina, Orlovsky, getting some like actual analysis that's not just like Stephen A yelling at a screen, and we actually have some real ball knowers that are actually breaking down, whether it's more analytical like Mina or the football side, like Orlovsky where he's a former player. But either one of them are, know a ton of football.
And listen, it's not easy doing what she's doing because she's a woman talking about football. And I think, it's hard for them to kind of break through and be, respected.
Oh, for sure.
I'm not saying that they're held to a different standard, but some people don't hear it when a woman is saying it as opposed to a man. And I think she's done a real good job of establishing herself as somebody who puts in the work, understands the subject matter, and is able to convey it really well.
And digs her heels in when people come at her and try to say, she does the work, and Evan can attest to that too.
When she presents numbers, I don't feel like I'm super confused by it. And that's something that I think I personally probably struggle with, is I say a lot of EPAs and DVOAs, and people are like, what is he talking about? And she does such a good job of being concise about it.
Yeah, good stuff. So Mina Kimes, thank you.
That's great.
First of our guests today, among many. So they'll be coming in. So while we're waiting for our next guest, Evan's here. Matt in Devon, UK, has a question for him. I'm looking to put some money on a few different bets for the Super Bowl. I need to know, how are we going to attack the Seahawks, and which players are going to have big games rushing and receiving? Well, that's kind of a brilliant broad.
From Andres.
Also,
I want to make money. Tell me what's going to happen.
Right. Also, any under-the-radar players who could have a good game against us, like Bobo, Shaheed, Arroyo, Cup, etc.
Barner
any of them could.
I think Cooper Kupp is a guy to sort of, I've been reading some stats on him. He had a pretty modest regular season, but he seems like one of those guys that Darnold is relying on in the playoffs. I think his numbers are, I think he was catching about 3 passes a game, and he's almost up to like 5 in the playoffs, like 4.5 catches. So he's gone to him more often in the postseason. He's a guy with postseason experience.
MVP.
You need a second guy, obviously. Shaheed's more of, to me, like the one trick pony kind of guy.
That's a good point, Paul.
Cooper Kupp could be a guy to keep an eye on.
If I was Seattle, I'd feel really good about having him as my second guy, especially as you pointed out, Paul, the experience. And, I would say Barner, too. Their tight end. It's just, I know the Patriots, that tight end thing hasn't quite been the same glaring problem that we kind of talked about a lot during the season, but I just think he's timely. He's a big player. Patriots linebackers a little bit smaller. Safety's a little bit smaller. And he's a big dude who can box guys out. So, not really dynamic, but I still think he's one of those 3rd and 4. He's
and I like the way that
with the boots and the play actions too. Barner's just, there's so much space underneath the defense because they're running the vertical routes off of those bit extended dropbacks, longer dropbacks, and so guys are running down the field, and then just naturally the zone just gets stretched out, and then Barner's just kind of wide open underneath the zone.
I like the way she explained that. Just what JSN does. It's so much more than just 119 catches.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and I think that your point about Kupp, Paul, is, to me, that's one of the biggest matchups in the game. Is it's probably going to be two kind of crafty vets in Carlton Davis and Cooper Kupp, and they're going to be one-on-one for a lot of this game because all the extra attention is going to have to go to JSN. So, Carlton Davis is going to have to win that matchup. Whoever wins that matchup, I think, is going to be a big key in the game.
Jordan in Kentucky wants to know, and I don't know the answer to this, did you guys see what Joe Milton had to say on the Chris Sims show? No. I didn't hear about
this.
I saw some, Twitter clips of it, but I did not. I don't want to, misquote him or anything. I didn't see exactly what he said. But it looked like maybe he said something about he felt that he was, disrespected or something like that.
Kelly writes in, holy crap, Mina Kimes, she's the best. Love her matcha eclairs on the Great British Bake Off. Okay.
So she's on the Bake Off now, too, all right? She's doing that?
I think she was just recently on it.
Yeah, they did, an American version of the, Yeah.
Okay.
I bet she's good at it. She seems like she's probably good at everything she does.
Kendall's in North Carolina on the hotline. What's up, Kendall? Kendall's gone.
Go on.
He's gone. All right. Let's see. Who's this? Rick in Riverside, Rhode Island. RKK should be in the Hall of Fame based solely on the courage he showed in changing course after the year of Mayo. Patriot Nation loves Mayo the player, but it didn't work out as a coach. maybe it was divine intervention that Vrabel didn't get hired in 2024, making him available for RKK to make the change. Vrabel has completely reshaped his team. His love of his players while maintaining the discipline needed to win in the NFL is awesome. We have a young foundation to build on, and the future's bright. I predict the Patriots will play their best game of the season and win 31-17. I believe Josh will have a game plan to take advantage of Drake's running ability, and the defense will be hungry. So there you go.
It's just a thing that's kind of occurred to me here that I've never really seen before is this team doesn't really seem like they want the season to end and that they want to all go their separate ways. Like, it seems like they truly enjoy playing together, and being part of this team. Saw another quote from Jared Wilson that echoed something that Will Campbell said of just like, everyone told me it's going to be different in the NFL, how hard it's going to be. But if this is how it is, I love it. I don't want to play anywhere else. So I think they've just established that culture in an outstanding way. And I think these guys here, they want to keep playing.
All right, joining us now is Howard Balzer, and he'll get set up here. Howard, how you doing? Fred Kirsch.
Hi, Fred. Nice to see you.
Nice seeing you.
Paul Perillo. I know we've emailed many times.
Oh,
over the years.
yes. Oh, many times. Man, when I stopped getting that, should I say?
He's a contributor to Patriots Football Weekly.
Right. Yeah.
But now defunct.
I debated at the time when I found out that, of course, it was going away. I debated when I got my last check with Robert's signature on it, not to cash it and just kind of like
right. Okay.
frame it.
All right. So what Howard's
he can afford not to cash the checks.
When Paul and I first started with the Patriots, I was back in '95. I started the newspaper Patriots Football Weekly, and we had many columnists. Howard Balzer's one of them. Vic Carucci, Paul Domowitch, Gordon Forbes, Don Banks. But Howard's one of our alumni. So
there we go.
Welcome to the show. This is what we do now. It's all video now, as you know.
Exactly. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's not the way it's gone everywhere, right?
Yeah. So tell our audience tend to be younger. Tell them how long you've been covering the NFL.
Well, this is my 45th game.
45th game. Yeah.
The game will conclude my 50th season.
Wow.
Covering the NFL. Wow. And of course, maybe this week, more controversial than normal years, is the 23rd time that I've been involved in the election for the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
Yep. So we want to get right into that.
Let's get right into that.
Why would that be?
Yeah. I mean, as you probably know, Patriots Nation is up in arms, not just because of Bill Belichick, but also because of Robert Kraft. And, tell us why somebody like Bill Belichick wouldn't get in on the first ballot.
There's a lot of nuance here, and I could talk about this for a long time. I'll try to be as succinct as possible. But the Pro Football Hall of Fame, and I don't want to sound like I'm blaming it all on them because all the selectors make their individual decisions.
Yep.
But the Pro Football Hall of Fame put us in a very difficult position beginning with last year. And let me go back 11 years to what I'm going to lay out here, because I think it's very important, and a lot of people don't. I'm a detail guy. Anyone who's followed me knows, I have ideas, opinions, but I'm also very detailed with numbers and processes and all those things. 11 years ago, the Hall of Fame decided to create a contributor committee separate from the regular election. Because up until that point, and that's a lot of years, over 50 years of the Pro Football Hall of Fame, contributors, coaches, senior players were considered within along with the modern day guys. Well, it got to the point where contributors, it was hard to get, especially contributors and coaches, it was hard to get them in.
Yep.
Right? Because you're competing against modern day players. So in 2015, they created the contributor category. And that led to the first one, Bill Polian, Ron Wolf, Gil Brandt, Bobby Beathard, Pat Boland, Jerry Jones. It led to all these contributors getting in, right? Coaches were still considered with the modern-day guys. In 2021, the year after the Centennial class, they removed the coaches from the modern-day guys and created a coach subcommittee where a coach would be put forward. In 2022, the decision was made, we've gotten a lot of contributors in. The list of nominees and all that, quite honestly, wasn't as strong. And so they decided to combine the coach and the contributor committee into one. And then there would only be one of either of them that would be advanced as a finalist. 2023 was the sea change, when there was a lot of talk if people out there, if you ever saw the list of guys that are in the seniors, what we call the abyss, some have called the dark hole. If you look at the guys that are in there, you say, oh my. I would say any normal fan would say, oh, that guy's not in, that guy's not in, that guy's not in. So what they decided to do to create more seniors getting in was to have 3 finalists. Now, the key is when we voted on the seniors, when we voted on the coach or the contributor.
That one didn't work.
Oh, sorry.
Or the combined one.
Yeah.
We voted yes or no on each individual guy. So there's 50 voters. That means that one of those have to get 40. If whoever gets 40 votes gets elected. So the first 2 years of the seniors 3, 5 of the 6 seniors got in. One, a receiver from the Raiders, Art Powell, did not get the 80%, the 40 votes, so he didn't get elected. But 5 of the 6 did. Last year, all of a sudden, out of nowhere, they changed the whole voting process for the modern-day guys and the group of 5, if you will, to instead of voting individually, we would say in this group, which you guys are most concerned with, we voted for only 3 of the 5.
Yep.
So then they put us in a position to make decisions with guys they had consciously said shouldn't compete against each other to now be competing against each other.
Right.
And so a lot of people have said in the last week, well, it's not right. Why should selectors, quote, prioritize seniors players? Vahe Gregorian from Kansas City wrote that he did. Well, the Hall of Fame prioritized seniors guys by having 3 of them and then making a decision on the contributors committee to combine it at one point with the coaches because they didn't think there was enough of them that were worthy. Well, now they forced us to make a decision, and the numbers tell you. Now, what they said was there's a minimum of 1 and a maximum of 3. And they said, well, we were told by people that we would at least get 2 from one group and 4 from the other. Well, I don't know if that person has any knowledge of math or basic arithmetic, but let's just say for argument's sake that this year Bill Belichick and Robert Kraft got 40 votes, right? Maybe they would have got, if it was, I think they'd get more if it was an up or down thing. I think they'd both be in if it was up or down. Right? But let's say in this process they each got 40 just for argument's sake. Well, that only leaves 70 votes for the seniors players. So what are the chances of winning one of them when they're all very deserving of getting 40? Because votes get split. And so I believe in this case the votes between Bill Belichick and Robert Kraft got split. Because I would make the argument, I mean, heck, he's been eligible for quite a while, and this is the first time he's ever been a finalist.
Right.
How does that happen?
Right.
And I think you can make the case that he is as deserving as Bill, or maybe even more deserving for everything he's done, not only with the Patriots, getting to a Super Bowl before Bill Belichick was the coach, now getting to what we didn't know at the time we voted they were going to get there this year, but we knew they'd won a playoff game when we voted, not to mention all the things he's done for the league.
Right.
So point is, I'm absolutely sure that, I'm not saying that and nobody voted for both of them, but anyone who voted for one or the other, I think there was a conscious decision. I'm going to vote for one or the other and vote for 2 of the 3 players. So I know there's all the debates, but Bill Belichick, he did all this, first time eligible. You get to be a seniors finalist and you don't get elected, guess what?
Yeah.
You're probably not coming back.
Right.
And if you come back into the room to be discussed, it might be 5 or 10 years down the road. And so I'm not saying that's right or wrong, but that's the way some people feel about it and prioritizing players when the Hall of Fame prioritizes players.
I get that, but to me, what seems to be the root problem here is this numbers thing. It's like we have to have 3 or we can't have more than 5. It's like, why? Why can't you have more than 5? Why can't you have less than 3? Why can't one year no one is worthy? Like, I don't understand why they put these quotas, and that seems to be the problem that puts you guys into a bind where, well, we're only going to be allowed to have 3 from this category in there, where if there's 5 people that are slam dunks, 5 people should get in.
And I'm with you. And I believe that if this was done as it had been done, yes or no on all 5 people, I believe that maybe all 5 get in, maybe only 2 of the players plus Kraft and Belichick, maybe only 4.
Yeah.
But it certainly would be, because I believe what we're going to see tomorrow night, I believe there's only going to be 1 player that gets in. And I'll tell you something else that's weird with the process. They talk about the sanctity of the 80%, right? Well, here, guess what? If no one gets 40% or 40 votes from that group of 5, guess what? They're taking the one person who got the most votes.
Oh, my God.
And in the modern day guys, same thing. They say there has to be a minimum of 3. If 2 only get 40 votes, then they're taking the next guy with who had the most votes. So think of that. Let's say somebody gets in and they don't announce it. They don't announce it. Let's say somebody gets in, and nobody talks about this stuff. Let's say somebody gets in one year, any year, and has 37 votes or 38.
Right.
Then the next year, they get enough guys with 40, and someone has 37 or 38 or 39. They don't get in, even though they had more than someone else who got in a previous year. It defies logic. It defies anything. And I'll say one other point about your general point. And I was on an interview this morning, and someone was saying the Dion argument. Well, it should be only the elite of the elite, right? Well, then I said, then you get guys who aren't Barry Sanders or Emmitt Smith or Jerry Rice, whatever it might be. And so those shouldn't be Hall of Famers. I said, well, the bottom line is, from the inception of the Hall of Fame, they mandated minimums.
Yeah, so
once you mandate minimums,
you have to,
you're going to have guys other than the elite. And then once you open the door to that, then it becomes, well, I don't know about Art Monk. Well, what about Andre Reed? What about, I'm only talking about one position.
Sure.
And so they get compared. You look at other guys who have gotten in, and you say, well, they're as deserving as those guys. Yep. And so that's the way it is. I don't know that they'll ever get to a thing where you said, oh, just have more and more and more. I actually presented an idea a few years ago, because the one thing that bothers me, especially as being, quote, an old guy, is recency bias.
Yeah. Yeah.
Of the 15 finalists this year, 9 were first or second year eligibles. And those are people that the committee that has gotten younger just saw in the 2020 season, right? Willie Anderson, Torrey Holt. Torrey Holt's been eligible for 12 years. Who a lot of people on the committee never even saw him play, right? And so, but now it's trending even more. I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow night, but I would suspect that there's going to be a few first-time eligibles and second-time eligibles. Last year Adam Vinatieri didn't get in as a first-time eligible. I think he very well could this year. So I think that hurts it, because the numbers tell you that when you have even the old way, it was hard. And I'll get to what my idea was in a second. Even the old way, if you have 5 finalists, they all get in. Now you have 10 guys coming back, right? But then you have first-time eligibles coming into it who are at least in the final 15. Well, that keeps some other people that can't even get in the room to be discussed, because it's hard to get in that room. And then all of a sudden they're not in the final 15 for a few years, and then they're kind of forgotten about. Then all of a sudden they come back, like an Eric Allen last year. I think it was in his 18th year of eligibility, and he gets elected because they think, oh, we don't want him going into the seniors abyss. And so those are some of the little things that happen. So my idea was, and I was told by someone in the Hall of Fame, we don't care if we have a big class, right? So I said, well, why don't you have a thing where, with a maximum of if 1 or 2 first-time eligibles get elected, add another 1 or 2 guys that had the next most votes, and have a bigger class, but don't make it harder for some of those other guys to get in, because the first-time eligibles, end up getting in a lot of the times. Now, last year there weren't any of those, maybe because of the process, but in previous years there's times when there's been 2 or 3 first-time eligibles come in, and that hurts other guys who have been waiting for quite a long time. So anyway,
to me they're overcomplicating it.
It sounds like more changes are going to be.
Yeah,
coming.
probably. Yeah,
and they're probably, especially with this, the way all this happened. And I didn't talk that much about it in the last week because I didn't think it should be talked about, because we didn't know Robert Kraft's fate. And in my mind, there's no question that those 2 guys being in the same year as the finalists ended up hurting each other. And
and so I want to ask you a question, because I think for a lot of Patriots fans, they feel like there's a bias towards the Patriots that's growing. Bill Belichick doesn't get in on the first ballot. Mr. Kraft can't get in, period. Adam Vinatieri doesn't get in the first ballot. Do you when you have these deliberations, do you sense that there's any saltiness or anything like that towards the team?
No, don't sense that. Now, I will say that in the discussion for Bill Belichick, that Spygate was discussed, and there was some pushing back pretty hard on that, and so it was discussed. Deflategate, very little. It wasn't talked about all that much, and it didn't come up in the discussion for Robert Kraft because I think there is the belief that he didn't know.
Well, I don't think Belichick did either, honestly.
He might not have either.
Yeah.
He didn't know about that. And that
no, Deflategate.
Oh,
that you can
there was a lot of discussion of Spygate.
He also said Deflategate. Yeah.
Right.
He said there was no discussion of Deflategate. He just
I said there was very little.
Oh, okay.
It was mentioned, but it wasn't discussed as much as Spygate was, and it's kind of. And I know it's probably. Hey, got sick of the Patriots and all that, a certain number of people out there, but it was interesting to me. Obviously, we don't know all the vitriol last week and I saw someone said, I'm not even a Patriots fan, but this is crazy, and Spygate shouldn't even be considered. And the funny thing to me is Jimmy Johnson, his quote, everybody was trying it, or we tried and it didn't work. Well, I said, I will say this.
Maybe we should take him out.
Well, maybe, but I will say this in total objectivity. If it wasn't working to some level for the Patriots, why would they have done it for so long?
Right.
So there was something there.
I think the Patriots.
We don't know how much impact
the
it truly had.
The Patriots' mistake with Spygate was not that they did it, because teams were trying to decipher, signals in their own different way.
Right.
But when they were told to stop, they didn't.
Right.
That was their sin. And they were told to stop, and they didn't stop.
And then at the end, and that happened with the Saints, with the bounty scandal, where they were told to stop, and they didn't, and the league came down on them. And so what's interesting is that when the whole investigation came, and then the league told the Patriots told Belichick and the Patriots to destroy or to hand over the tapes,
right?
And they refused. So the league comes there and destroys them, right? Well, some will say, why did they destroy them? Well, I don't think the league knew what was on them, but they didn't want whatever was on them being found out by the public.
Yeah, that didn't help either.
But I do think, though, that even if there were some who had a pushback because of that, I don't know if we'll ever know how many votes Belichick really got. I saw one report he got 39. Then someone told me the other day they saw a supposed report that he only got 13 votes. I can't believe that that's the case. I do believe, and I know I don't have no proof of it, that if it was up or down, that those who had a concern about it would have voted for him. And one of the reasons being, and maybe some voters shouldn't do this, one voter came out and said, I was like kind of on the fence with Belichick because of some of this stuff, but I voted for him because just so he would be elected, and then that opens the door for more coaches. Last year, Mike Holmgren was a coach finalist and obviously didn't get the 40 votes, so he's still waiting, along with Mike Shanahan and along with Tom Coughlin.
So the idea is no one can get in over Belichick.
Right.
Right.
It's going to be a roadblock for everybody behind him.
No, exactly. And when you only have one person there, that's the thing. And there were some who wondered, quite honestly, and I don't know how much this affected the vote. This was a Hall of Fame decision. A little background here. Back in the early 2000s, when after Bill Parcells left the Jets, he became eligible because there was a 1-year waiting period for coaches back then, as there is now. But that was just changed too, and no one knows why. It was 1 year. And so Parcells told his presenter, and he made it to the finals, told his presenter, I'm not coming back, don't worry about it, I'm not going to coach again. Well, the committee didn't believe him, right? And they didn't vote him in that year or the next year. And then guess what? The following year he coached the Cowboys. But the Hall of Fame reacted and also made the coach waiting period 5 years, just like the players. Now, on my level, I think that's probably too many. I understand you don't want a situation where a guy comes back.
Because these guys sometimes are older.
And they're older, yeah. So don't make it 5, maybe compromise and make it 3. But then all of a sudden last year, out of nowhere, they changed it to 1 again.
Back to 1 again, yep.
And so some are saying, well, Belichick, if it was just doing it the way they did, he wouldn't have even been eligible this year.
Right.
So there's all those things surrounding it that raise a lot of questions.
Giving me a headache. I can't imagine what it gives you.
Why do you think this year we found out so much information before?
Well, that's a big question. Now, I know that anybody who was told, and let's remember, we voted 3 weeks ago from yesterday, January 13th. And it couldn't come from our committee, that's the one thing, because we weren't even told the results. We don't know what the vote was. I mean, we don't know who got in. right? Well, they travel around the country and knock on the doors of the houses of people. There's camera people. There's other. Everyone has to sign an NDA, right? Well, but here's the thing. The Hall of Fame contacts all of the guys who didn't get in and tells them in advance. I think in the ESPN story, which, what was it? It seems like so long ago now. It was last week, right? I think they said that Belichick had been told the previous Friday. Did he leak it?
Right.
Did he tell people that, hey, I didn't get in? And then those people told somebody else?
Right.
And all of a sudden ESPN has the story.
Right.
And then all of a sudden they have the Kraft story, a week later
that
he didn't get in either. So the Hall is very concerned with that and the leaks. They were also very concerned, I'll tell you this, about some of the things that selectors anonymously told, not off the record, but without a name attached to it, told the ESPN writers things that were said in the room, including the one that was claimed that what Bill Polian said, which he didn't say. The one about, he should wait a year. That was never said during the meeting. And so they're very concerned about that. But they'd like to find out who because we're not supposed, we can talk about general things, but certainly not in advance. But we can talk about general things that were discussed, but not specific things that somebody said, even if you don't say the name of the person.
Right.
And so they're concerned about that, but how are they going to be able to find out?
Right.
I mean, that's
all right,
that's
Howard, before you go, I know we talked about Hall of Fame, but give us your take on the game. What are you thinking?
I think on paper, at least, I think Seattle's the better team, but we all know that doesn't matter a lot of times. And it's a very intriguing matchup because, everyone knew how great Seattle's defense was all year. But I think there was so much chatter about the Patriots and Drake May and all that no one was paying attention to, and talking about, they didn't play anybody. The schedule is, strength of schedule is very low. And I don't know that anybody was paying as much attention to that defense. Now in the playoffs, they certainly have. So that makes it very intriguing. Does that make Sam Darnold not play to the level that he's been playing? I think the wild card in it all, which I believe is the difference in that game against the Broncos, is Drake May running the football.
Yeah.
The question becomes now, though, does he take those opportunities to run knowing that he's got, that there might be a re-injury to the shoulder?
Sure. That's, you got all offseason to worry
about. That's true. But if he gets hurt,
right,
and all of a sudden he can't continue,
right,
then that's, it's 100% right on that aspect. Obviously, if it's the fourth quarter and it's a huge play, you're going to take your shot.
Yep.
But in the first or second quarter, maybe I don't know if I should take the chance here. Or you go down a little bit early and maybe the play doesn't become as big as it might have been. So I think that's a big wild card in the game.
I agree. His legs could be a huge factor in this game.
But it's like I said, it's a very intriguing matchup. And just because I think
what do you
one
know
team's
about McDonald? Because, he was, to me, he flew a little under the radar this year. Everyone was talking about, Ben Johnson and Cohen in Jacksonville. And then all of a sudden, here come the Seahawks with this first-year coach. Second-year coach, but young guy. And everybody is, now he might be MVP coach candidate. Like, what is it about him that makes him a good coach?
It's a great question. And I think that part of no one was paying attention is that last year, everyone forgets, they tied for first place in the division with the Rams. They were 10-7 in his first year. But he also took over a program that was already pretty good.
Yeah.
Right? He wasn't taking over a team that was 4-13 or anything like that. The year before, I'm pretty sure they were either 9-8 or 8-9.
Yeah.
I think it was 9-8. And so he was already taking over a team that was in a good place with one of the better talent evaluators and general managers in the league, and John Schneider. And so last year they did what they did. Then this year they're still flying a little bit under the radar because they weren't in the postseason. And then they just go out and they just, have that defense, and they made some key moves with, signing DeMarcus Lawrence, Sam Darnold, and everyone was wondering how is he going to play? Was last year a fluke? He didn't play well at the end of the season in a key regular season game and then in the playoff game. So, but McDonald, he came from, the interesting thing that I found as I was looking up him, because one. I probably shouldn't tell you guys this, but I do Lindy's Pro Football Magazine.
Yeah.
I've been doing that for over 30 years, and he's publishing a magazine on the Seahawks if they win.
Oh, really?
Because he does a lot of these specials, and they prepare it in advance, so it goes to the printer Monday morning, right? And so they have to do stories, and I did a story on it on Mike McDonald, and I had to write it as if they won.
Right.
Right, because the game will, no one will ever see the story. Well, the interesting thing was that from stuff that John Schneider had heard about Mike McDonald, he said, "You're going to be impressed with this guy. You're going to be impressed with him." And so the story goes that he was the Ravens' defensive coordinator, and that Schneider was praying that they would lose the AFC Championship game to the Chiefs, which that would have been 2023 season, I guess.
Yep.
23 season, and he was hoping they would lose, so he'd be able to get right after him.
Right.
And the game was played on January 28th, and 3 days later, Schneider was hired.
Yeah.
Or, I mean, McDonald was hired
right.
By the Seahawks.
So they knew.
And then they've gone from there. And
it's good to see the young coaches. The league needs more good head coaches, that's for sure.
And
I agree,
for the most part, everyone's hiring these young guys.
Yeah.
You know, guys from the McVay tree.
The tight pants guys. Yep.
Yeah. So it's
all right, Howard. It was so good to have you here.
My pleasure, man.
We appreciate you coming. It's good to see you again.
Good to see you.
Howard Balzer, 50 years, right?
45
years.
45 Super Bowls.
45
This
Super
is my
Bowls.
50th season
year.
covering pro football.
Covering pro football. All right. Well, thanks, Howard. We are going to take a break. We'll be right back after this with more calls, emails, and guests here live from Radio Row.
Come on. Switch. Come on. Come on. Come on. Switch. Switch.
Let there be ideas too big to stay ideas, and the software to make them soar. Let there be anything. Autodesk.
The future with AI will twist and turn. Cisco is the critical infrastructure for the AI era, clearing your path to wide open possibility. Cisco.
Dunkin's $5 meal deal. A yummy wake-up wrap. A medium iced or hot coffee. And 6 crispy golden hash browns. Dunkin's $5 meal deal. A deal for everyone.
It ain't my dad's razor, Dad.
Hey, watch it.
It's from Gillette Labs. This green bar releases trapped hairs from my face.
Game changer.
While the Flex, this contours to it. So the 5 blades can get virtually every hair in one stroke. For the ultimate Gillette shaving experience.
The best a man can get
is Gillette Labs.
We had a Crime Stopper tip come in.
We walked into a real one tonight.
How much you sitting on?
Over 20 mil.
Any ideas who might want this money?
The cartel, dirty cops.
Where do you want to start?
Move, go!
It'd be so much easier if we just stole this money. I swear to God.
Come on. Switch. Come on. Come on. Come on. Switch. Switch.
Let there be ideas too big to stay ideas, and the software to make them soar. Let there be anything. Autodesk.
The future with AI will twist and turn. Cisco is the critical infrastructure for the AI era, clearing your path to wide open possibility. Cisco.
Dunkin's $5 meal deal. a yummy wake-up wrap, a medium iced or hot coffee, and 6 crispy golden hash browns. Dunkin's $5 meal deal. A deal for everyone.
It ain't my dad's razor, Dad.
Hey, watch it.
It's from Gillette Labs. This green bar releases trapped hairs from my face.
Game changer.
While the Flex Disc contours to it, so the 5 blades can get virtually every hair in one stroke. For the ultimate Gillette shaving experience,
The best a man can get
is Gillette Labs.
We had a Crime Stopper tip come in.
We walked into a real one tonight.
How much you sitting on?
Over 20 mil.
Any ideas who might want this money?
The cartel, dirty cops.
Where do you want to start?
Move, go! It'd be so much easier if we just stole this money.
I swear to God.
This is Patriots Unfiltered.
Presented by Toyota's official website for deals, buyatoyota.com.
Patriots Unfiltered.
Using common sense, and if you're good, if you should be in, you get in.
It should be a yes or no, right?
Yeah.
You know, is he or isn't he? And what ballot and how long this guy's waited versus that, like that, all that. It just is a yes or a no question. And I feel like with all these things, it gets all convoluted by all these technicalities and voting issues. And this guy's been waiting for 100 years, and we need to get the 12th Pittsburgh Steeler into the Hall of Fame.
If the guy's been waiting that long, maybe
he's not.
Right, maybe he shouldn't be in.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I guess there are some
the
people.
Eric Allen thing.
Right.
And Eric Allen's a really good player. Like, I'm not telling you yes, no, or indifferent, but if it's taken 18 years, he's probably not a Hall of Famer.
Right. Oh,
I like the abyss.
Yeah.
Talking about all these guys who don't get in.
The
and then they're
senior
just-
abyss.
Right.
I don't know.
That's me, Mike.
The abyss?
In the PU senior abyss.
You're in the abyss?
With Fred Kirsch.
Oh, you're in the hall after Eric, but you're in.
Now, like, you know.
Did that hurt?
No, but like
Eric?
like for BU,
Well, it's
they
his
saw
time.
Paul
It's his
Perillo's
time.
name and they put him in.
So
like
I'll
there
just-
was no debate.
So
Paul went right into the hall at BU.
They didn't make you wait at BU? Is there
well,
a
not only
mandatory?
that, I was with the inaugural class.
There you go.
Right.
So that is true.
He says with his chin up.
Fred Kirsch, ball knower.
All right. Kendall from North Carolina has been holding on. He's trying again. Kendall, are you there? See, you know, if you're gonna call, you gotta hang on. You gotta be patient.
They're having issues.
Kendall is not there. How about Sabah from North Carolina? Hope I'm saying your name correctly. Sobo?
Hello?
Yes.
Am I on?
You are on. What's your name?
Oh, okay, great. Hey, this is Sabah down here in North Carolina.
Okay,
Sabah.
Sabah. Yep.
Yes, sir. I am all in on Drake May, but I'm upset at how I'm hearing. I'm a big Redskin fan, so I hear a lot of chatter. I'm hearing you guys. I listen to you guys and watch all the shows I can, double dipping on both teams here. And I don't like what I'm hearing about Drake May had a good regular season, but not a good postseason.
Okay.
Well, look what he did against the best defense in the league. One of them, he threw 3 touchdown passes. What other quarterback did that? And in the snow. I can barely walk to my car in the snow. This guy's throwing passes. And then in Denver, it was a monsoon out there, and he did what his coach told him to do. But yet we want to, at the same time, which I agree, the defense is good for the Patriots. But you guys want to act like the defense is why they won these games. Well, the defense is playing bad quarterbacks. Okay, but Drake May doesn't get credit for beating bad quarterbacks, but the defense gets credit for beating bad quarterbacks.
Drake May might win the MVP because he beat a lot of bad quarterbacks.
Yeah, but
you heard Mina Kimes. She doesn't think it's particularly close. She thinks Drake May's the MVP.
Well, it shouldn't be. But the point is, he's getting criticized even by you guys. He doesn't have a good game. Who doesn't have a good game and throws 3 deep dimes against the Houston Texans?
He threw 1 deep dime.
If that's a bad game, then he's elite. So I think
he didn't play well.
It's going to be something like 24-20.
When you turn the ball over, you only talked about the 3 touchdowns. You didn't talk about the 3 turnovers.
Yes.
That means he didn't have a good game.
No.
Yes.
Not having a good game is when you have mistakes without the good plays.
No, that would be having a terrible game. That would be C.J. Stroud.
Well, listen, Sabah, I love your passion. I love your passion, and you
I wish our fans were like y'all. We get
I'm having a lot of fun with you.
So bad.
I am having a lot of fun with you, Sabah.
I love.
I
your passion.
appreciate the call, and I do love the passion.
I love your passion, and you stick by Drake. But
Absolutely.
here's the thing.
I will.
Here's Sabah, and I think we both can agree.
Yes.
We haven't even seen the best from Drake May yet. Would you agree with that?
Not at all.
Okay.
Oh, I love it. He's like a kid crawling. You don't want your kid coming out of your body jumping on a trampoline.
That's right. I hear that.
I absolutely love this woman. I don't know about anybody else.
All right.
We got to give her a show.
We need you to be a frequent caller on this show, Sabah.
Yes, please stop double dipping. Just
All right, thank you.
commit to PU.
All right.
Commit.
I kind of think I might know who that is.
I'm a little
Really?
afraid.
Like internet from the internets?
Oh, really?
Or in real life?
Maybe.
Was it Barf?
Oh, okay. Oh, it was Barth. Yeah.
No.
Well, it might have been whoever Fred got for Barth. Who knows?
I'll see if I get a text in about 30 seconds.
Are we? We're getting things about.
I love it.
Headset audio problems. Are we good? We're all good. Okay. All right. They said there was a little problem coming out of the break. No. Okay.
I didn't mute you fast. I unmuted you too slow.
Oh, yeah. Okay. All right. Well, we're
No,
good.
but I love the passion, and I hope that wasn't a plant's call. I hope that was real. So it sounds
I don't want to.
Sounds like Evan thinks it was a plant now. So now I think it's ruined.
Who would have planted that?
Because I love that call.
So it was Sabah from North Carolina.
Yeah.
Okay, wrong Carolina. But Jess's stepmom's name is Sonia. From South Carolina, it is a Redskins Commanders fan.
Okay. Really?
And that sounds exactly like that woman.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
And I've been telling, she's a big, passionate football fan, and I've been telling her that she needs to call in. And I wonder if she just made up her name.
But then it was a real call, though. That was real passion. That's all I care about.
I could be totally off base with that, but I was
thinking it was like Alex on the other side of the room, like disguising her voice just so she would get in an argument with me. Hey.
So
I know this person?
your wife's mother sounds just like that?
Stepmom, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And she, same Southern accent. She is a Commanders. She still calls them by their former name.
So that's the tip-off that she called them by the Redskins.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
Sonia.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to.
So why wouldn't she just use her regular name?
Maybe she was trying to go in disguise. I don't know.
Okay.
What's your
or maybe I'm totally wrong, and this is a totally different person.
Just Sabah.
To be fair, sometimes the names on the call screener are a little off.
And her name's a little bit unique. So
but she said it was Sabah.
All right,
yeah,
she confirmed it.
Oh, man.
Oh, that's funny.
I'll have to make a few
That's
calls
funny.
after this.
So we got some former Patriots here. We got Joe Milton walking by. We got Taekwon Boyd.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's
right
Taekwon,
there.
right?
Taekwon.
I didn't recognize him only by the wrists.
Okay.
He looks fast.
Yeah. Noree from Arizona, just checking to see if Evan finally got his audition with ESPN. Did he get to rub elbows with his ball-knowing idol, Dan O?
They were close. They didn't quite rub elbows, but I thought I was about to. You did. I was hoping for like a
little stare,
little knowing nod of
I know,
like an old Western.
Yeah,
right.
You know?
Yeah, there you go.
I know you and you know me.
Yeah. Would you say his girl, Mina Kimes, could perhaps get him on the audition, considering how much she loves his ball-knowing? So we had Mina Kimes on, and Evan had his time with her. Yeah.
She's telling Bill Simmons about him. I don't know.
Yeah,
that guy's got a media empire.
That's another one that.
Yep.
Another one I worked with in the past. That left me behind.
Kingmaker.
Let's see. Mason from upstate New York says Diana Rossini said live on Zoe and Bertrand that Max Crosby would love to play for Mike Vrabel.
That'd be a slam dunk. I mean,
yeah.
but
there's been some tea leaves about that.
Is that I mean, that's a first round pick, right? I mean, that's I mean, at least.
Yeah, what is he? 28.
Yeah.
29?
How old is he?
And then he's.
I'm not sure there's a price I wouldn't.
I don't know.
I'd do a first round pick for him.
Yeah, especially the 32nd overall pick in the draft. But there's been a lot of tea leaves about that.
28.
He's been pretty vocal about how impressed he is with the Patriots and how impressed he is with Vrabel and all those types of things during this playoff run because he's doing some podcasting like they all do these days. He's doing his own media stuff and
got to get you on the pod, Mike.
Gotta get you on the pod.
Very high praise for Vrabel and the Patriots, and so maybe she's just kind of reading between the lines, or
playing matchmaker a little bit. I like it.
Got reporting on that, but yeah.
Ben writes in. He's in Woods Hole. That's down by my neck of the woods.
Falmouth.
As a video production professional, the Dunkin' cups on the table are really stressing me out. Has anyone almost knocked one over yet? Well, Ben.
Do a bit, Fred. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, they're empty.
I don't have any water tonight.
Mine's not empty.
So don't worry about it. Football question. How much of the Patriots' defensive performances in the playoffs have been because of the defense's dominance versus the opposing quarterback's incompetence?
So I thought when Mina brought that up, she thought maybe the Patriots offense is being underrated based on their performances in bad weather, and the Patriots defense is being overrated a little bit. No one's really mentioned the weather for the Patriots defense.
Yeah.
Like you might hear like how bad the quarterback play was, but you're not hearing like, well, the weather contributed to that. It was the Patriots defense dominated C.J. Stroud, not the weather hurt C.J. Stroud and he got smothered by the defense. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I do think there's probably an element of truth to what Mina said about one's probably not quite as good as you think and the other's probably better than you think.
Yeah, I think there's definitely truth to that. I'm actually have been working on something this week about, the players, the Patriots players, whether it's just kind of extra motivation to already being motivated or whatever. Inspired. We don't motivate, we inspire here. Yep. But regardless, they have clearly heard on the defensive side of the ball the lack of hype for themselves. Like they have clearly used that as motivation. Every week it's the Texans defense, it's the Broncos defense is the best defense in the game. Now the Seahawks defense is the best defense, or they're playing with a backup quarterback, or C.J. Stroud stinks, or whatever all these other excuses are. And I guess whatever motivates you, right? Whatever works. But every guy that I talked to was pretty clear that, like we hear it and we are using it.
I was in on Milton Williams the other night at opening night.
Yeah.
And he was definitely.
He seems to be
the ringleader.
Yeah. Yep. He definitely does. But even a guy like Christian Ellis, who is like the nicest guy and like very unassuming in terms of these types of things, even he was like saying 100%, that this guy is, this is in our heads sort of thing in a good way. They're using it as motivation.
Yeah. I do think that he does well with that. Some guys it's so forced and fake, but Milton Williams just like, no, they don't think we're any good. Yeah,
he's a serious dude.
He does well with that. Yeah. We don't get the respect.
He said that they're going to find another reason if they beat Seattle. It will be something else. Darnold played terribly, or it will be another reason why, and not giving the Patriots defense any love.
I got a question. Is there any chance that the Seattle defense is a little overrated?
No.
No.
Politely, no.
Yeah, I mean,
no.
When you think about, the length of the season, the teams, coming through the NFC, I think, just like I would be defensive if the Patriots, someone asked about that. No, I don't think they're underrated. I think they've earned the rating that they have. Yeah.
I mean, I think it depends on what you think, but to go whatever it is, 19 games and give up 30 points twice, like, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. And that's, in the NFC West where you're playing some better teams on a consistent basis. I've seen Evans Idle find a way to light up team after team after team, and he shut them down twice, the Niners, late in the season with all the marbles, one for the number one seed and one in the actual playoffs, and they couldn't move the ball an inch. So I would tend to think, no, they're not overrated, but any defense can be beaten. Any defense can be beat.
And that goes back to my thing of there's only a few defenses that are truly special. And otherwise, you can have a defense that's good enough to win the Super Bowl. And I guess that's just – I haven't heard one single person ask that question this week. Everybody is – and maybe it is deserved. I just wanted to pose it because sometimes when it's just over and over and you just get built up like you can't even move the ball on them. I don't know. We'll see. Super Bowls can be weird.
I hear what you're saying. You can't move the ball on them like they're the 85 Bears is obviously exaggerating, which we tend to do. But I think with them, it's between them and Houston as the two best defenses in the league. And I think Houston has a little bit better talent.
Yeah.
But I think the Seattle scheme is better than Houston's
What
scheme.
I watched in Houston is like you can't move the ball on them.
Yeah.
Like that's what I saw that day. Now I know that they had the the plays, but they couldn't move the ball.
Yeah.
They had like one good drive in the game.
Yeah. I think
and they had a lot of drives.
I think this Seattle defense is, like I said, they don't have a Will Anderson.
Right.
I don't think that Witherspoon's a really good player. Is he Derek Stingley Jr.? Probably not. But they have a terrific defensive scheme and a play caller that kind of knows when to push the right buttons, and they have droves of depth on defense.
Well, that's the thing. Like, admittedly, and I said this before in a previous show, I didn't really pay a lot of attention to the Seahawks as the season progressed. But then, toward the end of the season, I started watching them, and just my eyeball test about their defense, I was like, wow, these guys are good.
Yeah.
Like, they fly all over the place. They're good tacklers. They don't make a lot of mistakes.
Yeah.
When they do, they can recover. Like, they look like a good defense.
Yeah.
They're no fluke. There's nothing fluky about them.
No. I think that one of the biggest compliments that you can have schematically is when you start seeing teams borrow plays that other teams are running. Who started the play.
Stretch is hunting that stuff down.
And McDonald, I think, is probably the best blitzer in terms of designing blitzes in the NFL. And him and Jesse Minter, have this little tree going now that's stems from Wink Martindale and some of the things that Wink Martindale used to do as well. But like that play calling tree is now like the envy of the league on defense, just like the Shanahan tree is the envy of the league on offense. Like everybody is putting in Seattle blitzes into their defense because of how good they are. So that's the type of stuff that you hear about with McDonald. But I think the interesting thing about him, you're asking Howard about him, he's very different from Vrabel. Like, he's not a very energetic guy. He's not like a very demonstrative personality. He is like a true gym rat. Like, he just is all ball. He's very like straight faced and like expressionless and very different. Even just seeing them up there on opening night, like the contrast of like Vrabel's energy that we're so used to seeing now and McDonald's kind of just stoicness. It's a very different type of approach. He's not a rah-rah guy. Like, I don't think that he's going into the locker room and rallying the troops in the same sense, but they trust him because of how good of a coach he is.
Yeah, so I think Seattle has earned the praise that they're getting on defense, and they are one of the best defenses in the league. I think Milton Williams, on the other hand, maybe he's got a case that the Patriots are being a little bit underrated because I look at the Patriots and I think, what happened when Milton Williams and Spillane were out, and it made a difference.
Yep.
When they came back, it made a difference. Which tells me they're a good defense, but they're maybe not quite as deep as Seattle.
I would agree that I think that people have overlooked the Patriots' defense, and I would put myself in that category. I wasn't anticipating the kind of performance that we've seen in the postseason from that side of the ball. I would absolutely think that the weather and the opponents had something to do with it, but I wouldn't have said that they'd be able to shut down 3 straight teams the way that they shut down all 3 of those teams. I wouldn't have thought that was possible.
That run defense that we saw in the beginning of the season that kind of had a little bit of a letdown and picked it up, it's for real. Yeah. The Patriots' run defense is for real. I mean, one thing I think as Patriots fans you can count on for this game is they're going to be stout against the run.
Right.
So that's something, that's a chip in, a bird in the hand that you can count on in this game.
Yeah, I wanted to ask Evan a little about that. As you mentioned, Ev, they run a lot of wide zone, and really I remember Bill coaching against the wide zone where they just kind of go along with him, and it seems like this defense, you're just cutting gaps. You're trying to get through. You're not trying to, like, stay parallel with the line of scrimmage, I think, with, the kind of two-gapping style was. Does that have the chance to make some plays in the backfield and maybe force some turnovers?
I think one of the few times, and I'm sure there are other times, but one of the few times where it publicly became a thing, in Super Bowl 53 against the Rams, there's a clip on the sideline, I don't know if it's our clip or if it's NFL Films or whatever, where Bill is talking to the defensive line and he's saying, get vertical, get vertical, get vertical, because the kryptonite to outside zone is interior penetration.
Yep.
They want to stretch it out. They want to get to the corner. So if you can just get it right in the backfield. So that was the one game where they ran an even front. They ran the 6-1 and they threw out the 2 gapping, and they shot gaps and they got up the field. So I fully expect the Patriots to want to do that again. And I actually went back and watched Brian Flores and the Vikings play this Seahawks offense a couple weeks ago. And Brian Flores just ran the Super Bowl 53 game plan against them. They played 6-1. They played the 2 high safety shell. It was literally, he just took the Super Bowl 53 game plan and put it into this game. And that was one of Darnold's worst games, statistically.
And they blitzed him a lot in that game, if I recall.
Yeah.
And it was one of those games. They won handily.
Yeah,
it was a blowout, but it was because, because Brosman played and he couldn't handle anything that Seattle was doing. They shut him out.
Yeah.
And they could have played that game for 3 weeks, and the Vikings weren't going to score a point.
Yep.
But the Seahawks got the possession after possession and they still couldn't score. They couldn't mount any drives.
Yeah, it was a lot of 6-1 fronts, and then the exotics on third down with the simulated pressures and things like that, over like a 60% blitz rate on third down, because they were stopping the run on first down and getting them into third and pass, and so then you can start to cook up those pass rushes.
Yeah, and when it comes to these games, it's as much as when you do things as much as it is what you do. So, you're talking about those blitzes or shooting gaps instead of, playing man up and just doing the zero technique or whatever you want to call it. It's when you do things. It's when you blitz. The timing of it that is so key. And that's why Seattle has been so good, is they seem to time up things really well.
Yeah, in that Rams Super Bowl, they kept on showing all-out pressure. The Patriots did. But they only brought it one time, and it was Stephon Gilmore's interception. It was the one time they actually brought the house. And they kept showing it and showing it and showing it and then falling out of it once the ball was snapped. And the one time they brought the house, they got a guy right in on Goff, and he threw up an arm punt to Stephon Gilmore, and that was kind of the ball game. So that could be a big part of it, too, is you try to kind of lull them to sleep a little bit and then save it for the exact right moment and try to send the house.
Chris writes in, do you expect McDaniels to open up the playbook a bit, considering his offense hasn't been able to play in anything but snow or wetness? Because I believe the weather has helped a bit, not allowing the Patriots to put a lot more of their playoff install on film. I also expect some trickery from him as well. What do you guys think?
I think we've seen that in the first 3 games, and I expect to see more of it. There's been trick plays in every game, usually more than one. I expect to see something. I don't know what it'll be. You guys were talking about the throwback to Brady in one of the Super Bowls. We didn't really see a whole lot of the direct snaps. The flea flickers. We've seen a couple of variations of flea flickers just in the last 5 or 6 weeks. There's been 2 or 3 different kinds.
They tried to throw it to Drake, and Efton Chisholm threw it over his head.
Yeah. So I expect to see more of that.
Yeah. I think one of the things that you look at with the Seattle defense, I don't know if it's necessarily trick plays, but they're so good in structure. Like they're such a good pass defense, just straight up in structure on the play. But the one thing that they have had some issues with are second reaction or out of structure or playground football, I guess is the best way to say it. So some of that is desperation, right? Quarterback's running for his life and he stumbles into a play here or there, which is kind of what happened to Brock Purdy,
right,
I would say. But some of that also is, can you kind of break down their zones a little bit where, well, now that, Drake May gets out of the pocket, he's extending the play, they got a plaster, they got to take him or whatever, and maybe he can pop open some receivers by doing that. It's really hard to beat them just dropping back to pass and trying to beat their coverage. They're just too good in the back end. So maybe Drake May getting outside the pocket and extending the play a little bit, and I would like to see him do it as a thrower. Maybe a little bit more than what we've seen in the playoffs. He's been great as a runner, but can they get him back into extending plays with his eyes down the field a little bit more to try to be a thrower?
I'd feel better about that if, up to this point, Pop had been more part of the offense as a receiver. Because, when you talk about running, throwing on the run, you need your receivers to be on the same page. You need them to be traveling with you. We haven't seen a lot of that from Pop. And I think he's the guy that I think has the quickness to be able to do that.
Yeah, it's just they're so sound, and when you look at just trying to beat them, within the pocket, in structure, hit the top of your drop and throw, like they're just so good at all of the things that, to taking away everything in the back end. And it might take, for the Patriots to win this game, Drake May making a few plays with his legs, outside the pocket to try to open it up a little bit.
Yeah. Chisholm. All right, let's get back to the phones. 855-PATS-500. John's in Dallas. What's up, John? Hey, John. Well, people just not hanging up.
Johnny.
John, you there? No? Okay. 3, 2, you're gone. Let's go to, now I can't hang up. All right, there we go. Noah is in Oregon, I think. Is that correct?
Either that or Old Rochester. Oh.
Yeah. Noah. Noah, you there? No?
Hello?
Oh, there he is.
Hey.
What's up, Noah?
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
So,
All right.
man, I've got a quick question for you guys.
Okay.
So, with the Super Bowl coming up, I'm a big Patriots fan, but I know we got a lot of rookies. With that being said, how do you guys feel the Patriots are going to do with the offense being filled with a bunch of rookies?
It's a great question. I mean, look, I think by this point they played a lot of football. No question. Nobody's played in a Super Bowl, and it's a step up. But I think that the confidence this team has, and just I think Mike Vrabel's ability to get his guys ready to go. I have good confidence that they're going to come out and play pretty well. But it's a grind. This is a long game. There are lots of ebbs and flows in a Super Bowl, and I mean I don't know if it's just the schedule of it all and the timing of the halftime and all that stuff, but. I mean, we talked a little bit about Super Bowl 38. That's the perfect example of just a game that was drunk in the second and fourth quarters, and nobody could move the ball in the first and third. And I go back to most of the Super Bowls we've watched with the Patriots. They almost always come down to the end. I think that's more likely the case in this game.
Yeah, I mean, when you talk about rookies on offense, obviously you talk about Henderson, and you're talking about the left side of the Patriots offensive line. But there's also a lot of guys, they're not rookies, but they've never been in a Super Bowl
before.
Yeah. And that's
no way to know.
too.
But that's true for both teams.
Right.
I would say there's not a ton of Super Bowl experience on either side. At this point, it's really, if you're talking offense, it's really just the two linemen. Like, Travion Henderson really hasn't played. Played 4 snaps in the AFC Championship game. Kyle Williams really hasn't played either. Now, it's big. The left tackle is a big position. Like, don't get me wrong. It's not. It's a big spot to have a rookie in. But it's not exactly like they have 6 rookies playing.
No,
on
it's
offense.
the two rookie offensive linemen, which I think has never happened in a Super Bowl. 2 rookie starters on the offensive line. So I mean that's significant. But I agree with you, Ev. The other guys, they might play a little bit in this game.
All right,
not much.
So I think we're getting ready for another guest here. This one's an interesting one. We teed him up the first day we were here, and we scheduled him in because I know a lot of Patriots fans want to talk to him. So, Dr. Chao, thank you again. Fred Kirsch, Paul Perillo.
How are you?
Mike Dussault, Evan Lazar.
Good to see you, Dr. Chao.
So, you know him from the internet. You know him from X. You know him from IG. Where else are you? Do you have platforms?
The platform with
YouTube?
You guys.
Yeah.
Look, I'm a former NFL team physician. I do what I call the medical Mike Pereira.
Yep.
I don't wish harm on Drake May. Believe it or not, I
didn't say that. Why are you getting
I love it.
Why are we talking about Drake May?
I'm actually a Patriots fan.
Okay.
Like, I went to school in the Boston area. Okay. Like, I have friends that are the Patriots. I
have a lot of Patriot fan friends.
Right.
I mean, look.
No,
Teddy Bruschi's one of my guys. So Junior Sales, but bottom line is, it's just injury analysis. It's information that's publicly available.
Yeah.
And the other thing that I would tell Patriots fans is, look, no, I'm not examining him. I'm not diagnosing him. It's an injury impression, insider knowledge, not insider information. And remember, and I'll say this because of Boston, I'm Paul Revere. I'm not the British.
Right. Well,
I love the medical Mike
but
Pereira.
That's
a perfect description.
So Dr. Chao, he watches the games, and based on what he sees, the video evidence, comes up with, a guess, an educated guess at what might be going on with the player. Why did you start doing this?
Honestly, the history is this. I, for 17 years as the head team physician of the San Diego Chargers, saw players on the field, on the sideline, in the locker room the next day after an MRI. I knew exactly what their diagnosis was. But as you guys know, on Monday in an NFL facility, everyone's looking at film. Coaches, players, whatever. Players used to say to me sometimes, I said, well, how'd you get hurt? I'm not sure, I have to look at film. And I usually had about half an hour to kill before meeting with the GM. So I felt like I should be looking at film. What was I looking for? I had no idea. I just felt like I wanted to be one of the cool kids and look at film, right? And so I would go, and the video guy would show me the coach's sideline, end zone, and the TV copy. And then I would see exactly what the injury was and then how it happened. Then after I had boy-girl twins, married, decided I can't do all this traveling and stuff anymore. Well, before they went to LA, I never went to LA. I'm sitting on my couch for the first time watching a game, and my wife's, and there's a guy who goes down, the announcer says, oh, that looked bad, but I think he's okay. He walked off.
Right.
And I said, no, he tore his ACL. I'm just talking to the TV. He tore his ACL. His season is over.
And how did you know that?
By looking at the video and understanding and studying. How does Drake May know it's a cover 2, that's the Mike linebacker, and I'm going to hit Hunter Henry on the slant? I mean, how does he know? Because he's a professional and he's looked at the film a million times. Okay? So I said the guy tore his ACL and he's done. My wife turned to me very kindly and said, tell it to someone who cares. And I said kindly, hon. I said kindly. And she signed me up for Twitter. I was like, social media, what is this? I don't even know what it is. And fast forward, it's sort of gotten legs of its own as more interest in fantasy and gambling and injuries and fandom, etc. And Coach Vrabel, who I love, by the way, is right. Is the Drake May injury situation overblown? It 100% is. But it's the Super Bowl, and it's your starting quarterback with a new injury. I mean, it just is what it is.
Yeah, it's a story. It's a story. So I'm fine with you reporting it. So I don't know why you're so defensive.
No. Well, look, Patriots. Like I said, I went to school in Boston. I had 3 friends call me and said, "You're getting killed out here in local media and by fans." I'm like, "For what?" But it's observational reporting, is what it is. Yeah. I'm just reporting what I see. And yes, I do believe he has an AC joint sprain. Is it serious? Look, any injury is worrisome. It's the Super Bowl. Is he going to play? 100%, right? How well? What's he going to do? Whatever. It is the game of football. Everyone has something going on, and we'll see. Look, he's going to make it.
Yeah. I think I saw you said that his deep ball accuracy could possibly be affected by something like this. That's concerning because that feels like something he's going to need in this game.
Well, that's something that he's been really, really good at.
Yep.
Now, I'll be very careful here. I didn't say that he couldn't throw the deep ball. I'm just saying that would be a concern because an AC joint is when you follow through. Now, the AC joint isn't even technically the shoulder joint. It's around the shoulder, but it's not part of the rotator cuff, so that's good news. It's not saying he can't throw the deep ball or drive his throws. It's a question that what I will be watching for. But knowing and loving Mike Vrabel, I anticipate first series he's going to have him throw one, right? That's Vrabel, man. He's the man. I love it.
All right.
So I wanted to ask you sorry, Fred. I just wanted to ask you about driving the football because one of the things, I'm the nerd here, so I chart all the film and all that stuff. And he was short on a number of throws in the AFC Championship game that he wouldn't normally be throwing short. Deep in cuts, things like that we've seen Drake make in his sleep. And then we get into this game, and he was short-arming these throws. Is that something that could be a byproduct of an injury like this?
Well, the injury happened late in the third quarter. There were only 3 passes after that.
Yeah.
One will drop back in a sack, but there were only 3 passes. The next play, he gets up, he can a little bit of shoulder, gets the huddle, hands the ball off next play, and then you can see him doing this in the huddle. And the next play, he completes the 30-yard flea flicker. You saw that.
Yep. Right.
It wasn't a bullet pass, but he was open. But whatever.
To your point, not really a follow-through with authority.
But it's also that's not what was needed either.
Right.
So, right? I mean, you got to get it over the top, and he was open. So he made the good throw. His next throw, as you know, was the out, and he dirted it. Yeah. It was a horrible throw. Was it wind? Was it poor grip because of the weather? Was it the pressure in his face that he couldn't step in the throw? Was it the shoulder? Was it a little bit of all? Maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know, right?
Yeah.
But I can't attribute any of the earlier throws to it because it happened late third quarter. And then, of course, with this back to the goal line, he rolled out and threw out of bounds.
Yeah.
Just floated one out
So-
of bounds.
so
That was it. That was all
real
throws.
quick, Fred. I just want to, so just to give you a little more context, again, you're observational. So after you had your tweet, there was a report locally that he's actually been dealing with something with the shoulder prior to this game, and whatever happened in Denver was sort of an aggravation of a pre-existing injury, which goes back to Evan's point.
Yeah,
we thought he was a little off in this game.
It was
from
just
the
bizarre.
Start. Yeah.
Well, you can argue he was a little off in all the playoffs compared to MVP.
Comparatively,
Drake May. Comparatively.
Yeah.
Now, we have gone back. We saw that Phil Perry tweet. Our staff, you see some of the guys in red shirts there, went back and looked at all the game film, probably what you do. They feed me the relevant stuff, but they scour it all. We did not see a play where he got hurt before that in the season, in the playoffs. Could it be cumulative, as Drake has implied?
Wear and tear.
Look,
Yeah.
both can be true. He could have had some wear and tear, and this new thing happened on top of it. Coach Vrabel said, look, if he had any shoulder issue, it would have been reported. He didn't, and he's tried to put an end to that. Sure, but both can be true. But here's the other thing. You want your head coach to be Mike Vrabel. You want your head coach to have a little bit of coach speak in him.
You want him
right?
on the wall.
You want him. That's what they do. That's not a bad thing.
Nope.
So I'm not, that's part of the gamesmanship of the NFL, the way it goes.
I have a question. In the Denver game, at the end of the game, May runs for the first down and goes out of bounds, and then goes down the sideline and with his right arm gives the fist pump. Did you look at that as any indication like, well, maybe it's not so bad because he's
He also stiff-armed the guy with those.
Yeah, and stiff arm, look, great play call, and I didn't believe for 1 second it wasn't sent in from the sideline. Tom Brady in his second year wouldn't have audibled that call, right? I mean, come on.
Right.
But the stiff arm, first of all, AC joint is more overhead and crossbody. Stiff arm probably is something that he could do, and he did do it. And also, when you're running for your life and the game's on the line, you're going to do anything. I don't care how much it hurts.
Right.
But if it hurts a little bit, how might that affect you on a 50-yard downfield pass?
Yep.
In the subtleties. You're fist pumping because you're excited. Look, I've said before, there's 4 things that are going to happen that are in Drake May's favor to play. One, medically. Number one, well, first and foremost is Jim Whalen and company are going to do a great job, right? That's a given. But the 4 things that are special is I've seen the magical healing powers of the extra week before the Super Bowl, right? So he ain't going to miss. The second thing is there is a drug that he will be on come game time that all the Patriots and Seahawks players will be on that will be extra strength on Sunday, Super Bowl Sunday, called adrenaline. So he's going to be ready to go. Yes, he may indeed do some vitamin T Toradol, like Sam Darnold has been reported to do for his oblique. Is it possible to put an injection into the AC joint and play? Yes. Will he do it or not do it? I don't know. That's a decision between him and the team doctors, etc. But he's going to be out there and play. I'm going to watch for his deep throw accuracy. I'm going to fully expect that he unloads one early on in the game to send the message to complete the ball or what have you.
Right. I wanted to ask you about another injury on the Patriots roster, which is Robert Spillane, who kind of a mystery to us. We never really saw him get hurt. All of a sudden we noticed his playing time kind of dipping. Was out for a while. Seemed like the plan was to get him back for the playoffs. He came back. Then he got hurt again, and he's back out. He said today, 100% chance he thinks he's going to play. Anything you've seen with Robert Spillane?
Well, without trying to get in trouble, I think what got me in trouble on my podcast 2 Mondays ago is I said I was more worried about Drake May's shoulder than Sam Darnold's oblique because it's already been 2 weeks old. Will be 4 weeks old by the Super Bowl. Drake May's new, so of course you're more worried about it. I'm actually more worried about Robert Spillane's ankle than Drake May's shoulder. I hope you take that as good news that I'm optimistic about the shoulder. But why did he not come back into the game in Denver? He's a great sideline-to-sideline linebacker. The footing was hard enough in the snow and otherwise. You can't put a guy out there with an ankle who's already having trouble cutting on a dime on that slippery surface. He's not going to be as effective. Do I think he's going to play? I know he's going to want to. I think he's going to be medically cleared to play. But it's going to come down to a roster decision. Do you need that 8th offensive lineman? Do you need that extra special teamer? What percent is Spillane at? It's going to be a decision made by Coach Vrabel and company. He's going to say, I'm good to go and want to play. I know it. The medical is going to say it's safe for him to play. At what percent is the question, and it'll be a Mike
Right.
Vrabel call based on roster management in terms of if he plays or not. Everyone wants to play. I hope he does. He's a great linebacker. I hope, the adrenaline and everything will take care of it, and he does a great job.
So in the Denver game, when Spillane finally did come back from the locker room, we see him on the locker room with his helmet on, sort of going back and forth and testing his ankle. Do you look at stuff like that?
We do. We look at anything
Yeah.
that's available, right?
Yeah.
And we do see that. And when he went to the locker room, it's just Twitter, whatever, but I tweeted out, looking at the injury, and we did see the left ankle injury on video. My team gets me the in-game video replays. I said, even though he's going to the locker room right now, I believe he has a chance to return. Usually when you see a guy go to the locker room, you start saying 90% chance he's not coming back. I think he has a chance to return. He came on the sideline. He didn't return. And I did see fans replying to me, he's running. Why isn't he back in the game? Well, what he's doing on the sideline is 1/10 of what he has to do in a game, especially in snowy conditions, et cetera, in terms of what the game needs.
No, I felt the same way as you. In those conditions, if you don't need him to come back in, keep him on the sideline.
But it's not even need him. Is a Robert Spillane with an ankle injury not being able to cut well on a dime on a dry surface going to be better than Gibbons on a slick surface? Right? It's not either or. It's look, if Gibbons went down, he would have gone back in the game, right? But when you have him, okay, what's best?
That makes sense. 100% Gibbons is better than
Are there any other injuries on either team that you're kind of aware of or monitoring that could have an impact on the game?
One I don't know too much about is Harold Landry's knee. Maybe you guys know more about that. I mean, it seems like it's a chronic knee issue. It kind of came out of the blue for the AFC Conference Championship game. He's Vrabel's guy. He's a veteran. Does he have vet knees? I don't know. I don't know too much about Landry.
I mean, I'll tell you what we thought. We thought he tore his ACL against New Orleans. There was a play where he got hurt.
What play? What quarter?
I can look it up for you.
Let me know, and I'll go look at it. I'm not aware of that play.
It was in the first half.
It was in the first half of a game against the Saints.
I'll get my guys on it, and I'll get back to you.
He came back in the game and continued to play throughout the season, but he was not the same player.
I was not aware of that, so I would love to look at that. That would certainly be interesting and helpful.
Yeah.
And for the Seahawks, Sam Darnold, he's going to play. Maybe he still wears a flak jacket, but you can always re-aggravate it. Let's say on Drake May, we talk about deep balls. Look, I think he's tough as heck. I think he's going to run and stick his shoulder in when he needs to. But when he needs to get down, he should get down. But if it's that extra yard for the first down, he's going to stick his shoulder in there and take his chances. Sam Darnold can always re-aggravate the oblique. Charles Cross isn't even practicing at left tackle, but he has no injury designation for the game. The Seahawks have been the second healthiest team all season, according to our Sports Injury Central scores. First was the Rams. Okay. And then the Patriots.
For sure that would be the Patriots.
The Patriots were upper top 10, 5, 6, I forget, in terms of health throughout this season. And you had a few issues here and there, but that's what happens. The healthier team continues to survive, and that's part of it, right?
Yep. All right. Well, Doctor, we appreciate you coming on.
Thank you.
As soon as we saw you a couple days, we have to have him on.
And I was like, friend or foe? No, I'm joking. You guys are very fun and professional.
I was a little bit salty at first, I'm not going to lie, because you told me that Drake May's shoulder was hurt, and I didn't like that news. But
Paul Revere, not the British.
But I really do appreciate what you do for people like me that are reporting on the team daily, because I'm not a doctor, so speculating about if a guy's hurt and all the fans are wondering, is he okay, is he not okay? So it's great to have.
We got to get together. I got to get that play. And
it is a great follow on Twitter too, and I think you do a great job of putting him in layman's terms so we can understand. This is what the injury probably is. This is a likely timetable, and you are very upfront. This is off of video. I'm not treating the patient.
And I customize it based on the player. Not all high ankle sprains are the same, right? I mean, Spillane's a sideline-to-sideline guy. That ankle injury is different than on another linebacker per se. You know?
All right. Well, thanks a lot.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Matt, we'll take a break. When we come back, more guests, more fun here on Patriots Unfiltered.
Come on. Switch it. Come on. Come on. Come on. Switch. Switch.
Let there be ideas too big to stay ideas, and the software to make them soar. Let there be anything. Autodesk.
The future with AI will twist and turn. Cisco is the critical infrastructure for the AI era, clearing your path to wide open possibility. Cisco.
Dunkin's $5 meal deal. A yummy wake-up wrap. A medium iced or hot coffee. And 6 crispy golden hash browns. Dunkin's $5 meal deal. A deal for everyone.
It ain't my dad's razor, Dad.
Hey, watch it.
It's from Gillette Labs. This green bar releases trapped hairs from my face.
Game changer.
While the Flex, this contours to it. So the 5 blades can get virtually every hair in one stroke. For the ultimate Gillette shaving experience.
The best a man can get
is Gillette Labs.
We had a Crime Stopper tip come in.
This is Patriots Unfiltered.
Presented by Toyota's official website for deals, buyatoyota.com.
All right, back here in Patriots Unfiltered, live from Radio Row. It's Super Bowl 60, San Francisco, the Moscow Convention Center. It's Deuce, it's Evan, it's Paul, it's me, it's Alex. Anthony, Matt, behind the scenes. That was Dr. Chao. Like Paul said, great follow. He just reports it as he sees it, and you don't want to hear it. As a Patriots fan, sometimes you don't want to hear it.
Yeah. I did not want to hear it.
I want my guy to be okay.
I know.
But him saying it doesn't make him any better or worse. So,
No, he's a nice guy, and I mean he's just trying to provide some insight from his experience, and I think it's good when you can get someone like him on an interview like this, and you can see the person behind the tweet.
Yeah,
and get to understand his motivation a little better.
That play with Landry happened at the very beginning of the game. It was first quarter, 8:55.
Wow.
Yeah,
I was looking for it in the play-by-play
one of the first plays of the game, and he got rolled up on. And I remember all of us thinking it at the time, Fred, and in the press box, that might be season-ending injury. And then all of a sudden he was back on the field and he was playing. It was crazy.
I remember that. We all thought the worst. But he's fought through it. But there's something going on.
Yeah.
Well, he hasn't played, recently, and
yeah,
I can hear you can hear it in Vrabel's voice just how gutted he is that he couldn't continue to play.
He seems like and I like Dr. Chao talking about you got to figure out who's active on Super Bowl game day, but the relationship between Harold Landry and Mike Vrabel just makes me think that if there's any possibility that Harold Landry can give them something and they don't really, really, really need the roster spot, that he's going to play in this game.
But that's the point, and Dr. Chao brought it up too, is you have to weigh that roster spot.
Yeah.
Is, Robert Spillane at 70% worth keeping that spot rather than putting somebody else out there who, can contribute valuably on special teams or whatever.
Yeah.
So
especially with how good some of the replacements have played.
And I think that's also what kind of separates him. Listen, Dr. Chow's a big guy, big man. He can promote himself. But another reason why I like his perspective is because he was that. He was a former NFL head physician. So he's not just giving you the medical. He's not looking and saying, oh, that looks like A, B, and C. He's thinking about football. He's telling you what goes into the roster decisions because he was part of it. Like, he's dealing with the head coaches and saying, okay, this guy is 75%. Do you need an 8th offensive lineman? Do you need a 6th linebacker? Like, these are the decisions that the coaches are making.
Yep.
And he's helping make that based on the medical. So it's not just a doctor who might just be able to diagnose the medical. He's diagnosing the football, too, a little bit.
Yeah, it's always that's always fascinating to me. And I obviously write up the inactives every week before the game. And, you can tell exactly most of the time what the thinking is here. They do want that extra offensive lineman, which is a free game day roster spot, by the way. You can carry 47 on the game day roster if you have 8 offensive linemen eligible. So, you can do things like that to manipulate the roster. And oftentimes it does come down to things like, the little things that we don't really think about too much.
Yep. All right, 855-PATS-500 is the hotline. Let's go back to the phones. Let's go to Shay in Nova Scotia. Hey, Shay. Shay.
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
What's up?
Not too much. Man, I'm so excited to call in. Just want to thank you guys for the show. It's been super entertaining over the past few weeks. I'm a new listener here from Halifax, and just want to thank you guys.
All right.
Oh, thank you for
Welcome
listening.
aboard.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been a Patriots fan since about 6-7 years old, so I've been able to bear witness to 5 Super Bowls, actually from Halifax here at the same high school as Brad Marchand. So I know that's probably a household name where you guys are from.
Yeah,
certainly is.
Especially
cool.
with Evan.
So do you have a question, or you're just saying hey?
My Starbucks.
I just want to say, hey guys, you guys have been doing a super great job on the show, and just want to thank you guys a lot for that.
Well, I appreciate
Awesome.
the call,
Thank you.
Shay. Thanks for
Shay.
calling in.
Thanks, Shay.
Love hearing new callers.
Yeah.
New callers
Yeah.
in Super Bowl.
People
Yeah.
finding us.
They're like young Fred Kirsches. They just find the teams that are successful and they
Good
glom
stuff,
on.
right?
Well, speaking of new
Wow.
All
callers,
aboard.
here's one that is certainly not a new caller. Eldred's in North Carolina. What's up, Eldred? Eldred.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh, no.
Oh no.
Not Big E.
Oh, all right. Well,
Say
call
it
back.
ain't so, Biggie.
How about Joby in California? What's up, Joby?
Josh Joe.
Hey there, fellas. How's it going today?
We're good. Good.
That startled me.
Outstanding. Another beautiful day up here in lovely Northern California.
Yeah.
I wrote you guys, the offer's still open. If you guys want to come up to the North Bay, Sonoma, Napa, and go do a little wine tasting, feel free to reach out.
All right.
Was really glad to hear about that interview with the doctor. I have the exact same injury. Actually, I have a grade 3 AC separation, and when I first saw Drake go down, I was like, oh, that's easily a grade 1. So it doesn't mess with my throwing at all, so I think he's going to be fine. But, you know, at the end of the day, whatever the doctors say, go. But, you know, I was not as, I guess, worried about it last week as a lot of people were making it out to be, just because I've gone through it myself and didn't have surgery.
So what does it mess with? You said it doesn't mess with your
So
throat.
it basically, it's the tendon that connects your collarbone to your shoulder. So you end up feeling like a clicking or moving around, and it will stick out a little bit. You know, like my shoulder's got about 16 millimeters of extra gap in it because the tendon completely tore. And the doc said, look, you know, you can either go 12 weeks with not using it with surgery, or realistically, it's not going to interfere with your quality of life. And that's the option I went with. So if it's only a grade 1, it should probably heal pretty well.
All right. Well, Joby, I appreciate the call. A little insight on shoulder injuries.
I've had it as
Thank
well.
you.
Mine was a grade 2. I did not have surgery.
Oh, really?
I broke both collarbones. Does that count?
Thanks, dude.
Yeah, it was. It's annoying. I mean, I still have a bump, like where my collarbone sticks up, but yeah, it's not fun sleeping for a couple weeks. But you need surgery. They go in and just put a pin and basically pin it back down.
You never had the surgery?
I didn't have the surgery. It was the same thing as what Joby said. They were like, you can, but you probably don't need it. You got a couple more ligaments in there still kind of holding it together. But now that I'm getting old, it's like this was a senior year of high school injury. It's like the weather changes or I sleep on it wrong. You know, feels a little bit achy.
So so you're soft.
Yeah, a little soft.
Yeah,
we know that already.
You're going to be
though.
all right, big guy.
We already knew that.
Yeah, we're gonna be all right.
I've only had like 3 injuries. I'm very proud of all of them.
Okay. All right. Let's see. Oh, Claire writes in. Just a shout
Finally,
out.
where's Claire been?
Hello, everyone. Hello, Marine. Hello, Claire. Just a quick shout out. She says, hope you're having a fab time. So we are.
We definitely are. It's interesting as it's kind of like the combine on steroids. I would say that's the closest thing, at least for being at Media Row.
It's busy in here today.
Like just the
significantly
smell
more so than yesterday.
of convention centers.
Yeah,
It's
well,
like
you usually contribute to that.
That's true. That is true.
Mitch in Saratoga writes in, curious if you guys have any opinions on this being the first Super Bowl since Super Bowl 50 to be played outside during the daytime. It gives it a much different look on TV outside in the sun.
That's a good point.
Yeah, it does.
We especially like it for just the timing of the day where you're not going to get out of the game at 11 o'clock at night and then there'll be some kind of party and then you got to get on a plane. Like, it's just makes it a shorter night. It's nice. Longer night.
Dude, you know, you have to get out of the game, go to a party, and then get on a plane.
Oh, God.
Sorry.
Tough life.
Hashtag Deuce problems.
It is interesting. It is interesting that it's outside, though. And I know this is a warm weather climate outside and usually very nice weather in Northern California. But there was some rain potentially forecasted at
still
different
says
points.
slight chance of rain on Sunday.
And, I would prefer Super Bowls to be played inside, but beggars can't be choosers, so here we are.
There's a lot of commotion going on.
A lot of commotion.
Yeah.
Why don't you read some of it?
Why don't you read some of those emails?
Who's that woman with the blonde and the short shorts?
Annie Agar.
That's right.
Yeah.
She does.
Yeah, she does the
funny
NFL
things.
team meetings. Yeah, she's funny. She's funny.
Yeah. She's got jokes.
She's got jokes.
She actually is very. Those videos are very funny.
Yeah, she does a good job.
Let's see. Andrew from Coronado, California. You know Coronado?
Yeah, sounds like San Diego.
Okay. Team podcasts are going to be the difference maker in the Super Bowl. Offense, defense, and special teams won't really play a factor, but our podcast is #1 in the league by every metric, whether it be DVOA, snark, feel for the league, ball knowiness, or muttered sarcastic comments, and will dominate whatever trash Seattle puts out there.
I lead the league in 2 categories.
We have the
Good
best
job, Paul.
and longest tenured podcast coordinator in Fred, and if the fourth quarter comes down to a last minute, gotta have it moment where someone needs to find pictures on the internet of some player's unit that got leaked, Fred comes through every time. I'll take your comments off air.
Facts. Andrew.
Wow,
bringing it, Andrew.
He could have really gone on with that one with, Evans, a tight pants guy. We got the scheme,
yeah,
et cetera, et cetera.
But snark and, sarcastic.
We got a Hall of Famer.
Sarcastic under-the-breath comments. I lead the league in 2 categories.
There's a lot of
bro.
that. They don't hit quite as much. Now that we have the headphones back on, I feel like the
I
headphones
can't have
really.
the sarcastic comments because it gets picked up.
Everyone knows. Yep.
Right. Let's go back to a lot of North Carolina, and Francisco is, of course, from North Carolina. What's going on, Francisco?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey.
So I'm gonna start off. So I don't know. I think we might be losing a lot of calls because, we can't, while we're on hold, we can't hear the show like we usually can when y'all are in studio.
Oh, is that right?
But yeah. But so would I be correct in? I was watching the Pro Bowl during the introduction. Would I be correct in saying that we played every Pro Bowl starter, on the defense?
Paul, what do you think?
I don't know what that means.
Have we played every Pro Bowl starter?
I believe that is accurate.
They didn't play Shedeur
Now-
Sanders.
No, Pro Bowl starter on
I
defense.
just thought we were talking about Pro Bowlers.
Yeah.
No,
Sorry.
Pro Bowl starters on defense. I believe that I saw somewhere that was accurate.
Okay.
But a lot of them,
Okay,
of course, are consolidated to a handful of teams. So if you played those teams,
And the people that will go. How many people don't go?
I'm just saying.
Right. Pro Bowl has become as much a joke as Pro Football Hall of Fame voting.
I did see there was a huge comeback, right? The NFC was down big and came back last night.
Yeah.
I got to be honest
it
with
was
you.
amazing.
That may or may not be true. I have no idea.
I honestly didn't even know it was on.
No,
I didn't either. I think it's a little too bad because I did enjoy the week after the Super Bowl, and you'd kind of have that Pro Bowl in Hawaii. It'd be a little unwind session. You'd see, your favorite players kind of having fun. You'd hear from them. I just like how it capped the season.
I just don't think
I've never
there's-
watched.
Hey, it's Teddy Bruschi. I don't think that there's any fixing it because
He said no?
Teddy.
he's just Fred's just gonna.
Fred's just yelling randomly out.
NBA is having the same issue with their All-Star game. The players don't care anymore. They don't play any defense. The players clearly don't want to play in a tackle football game in the NFL anymore either. It's an outdated thing. It's just run its course, and I don't know why we're trying to force it and come up with these new ideas of how to make it a more compelling product. I think it's just kind of the fad has just kind of run out.
They've kind of run out of options too. I mean, I appreciate that they're maybe trying stuff to
They're
do.
trying everything.
And I guess on paper, when I first heard they might give it a try with flag football, I was like, oh, that might be kind of fun, but it just doesn't really translate.
Well, it is flag football.
That's what I mean.
Yeah,
It's not compelling. It's not a compelling game.
No, it's not.
Let's see. Patrick writes in. He wants to know: are the Patriots the only team in the NFL where all 3 quarterbacks have a nickname? You got Drake, May, the Pastronaut, and Tommy Cutlets. So I don't know.
I have to do a deep dive into the depth charts on that one.
That seems like a deuce.
I'm going to go yes.
You're right.
I'm going to go yes with that one.
They're the only ones.
They're the only ones.
No other team.
So Dobbs is called the Pastronaut?
Correct.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. I remember when he sent somebody to outer space too this year with a bad pass.
Wow.
Deuce. I no longer lead the league. Deuce just passed me.
Negative.
Sneaky negative.
Which one was it though? You guys know what I'm talking about, right? It was in I think the preseason. Got somebody lit up. The Pastronaut just sent someone to outer space.
Oh my God.
Join me.
Speaking of
gravity free.
Was that a practice or preseason game?
No, I think it was a preseason game. I think it was a preseason game. He hit somebody on a slant late, and they got. Might have been Pop.
You are mean.
Dang.
Let's see. Jeremiah writes in. Hearing that man talk, and the man he's talking about is Howard Balzer, affirmed my opinion that all the Hall of Fame voters have to go. If this is how they overthink the process and blame the system for making it hard on them, then they need new blood that can handle the process. It should be as simple as Are they the elites of the game and not this guy got in, so maybe this guy should
So
get
you
in?
didn't listen to anything he said because he just told you that it's not that simple. Because it's not allowed to be that simple. He just explained to you in actually painstaking detail of why it's not that simple. The whole process needs to be overhauled again, and they keep overhauling it seemingly every few years.
Because I think it's
There's
hard.
a problem.
It's hard for people to sort of do the math in their head while they're listening. But the way he broke it down, where if one person gets 40 votes, there's only 70 other votes that are now available for the other 4 candidates to get it, and it's just a numbers game.
It's a math issue.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
And that's what he's trying. It's not that they can't figure it out. He just said point blank the stuff that our listeners have been saying for 2 weeks. It should just be yes or no.
Yeah.
And they're right. The listeners have been right. I was kind of wrong because I think I originally didn't really understand what they were saying at the time. But now I get what they're saying, and they're right. And Howard just explained it. Like, there's nobody in that room he didn't think that would say no on Bill Belichick or Robert Kraft. But they're not allowed to say yes for all of them.
Right.
That's the flaw.
It's not because he's too old to understand it. It's just it's a bad system.
These
it's a
caps
flawed,
that they put on it.
It's a flawed process.
It's not good. It's not good. Let's see. David writes in, question for Evan.
Yes.
Could you ease my mind a little bit by explaining how we can have a chance against the Seattle defense? I believe we can have a good, if not great game, outside of us gassing our offense while they will just pull and replace their players. I don't know what that means.
LP, Lonnie Paxton.
Hey, okay, he's going to be on later.
I believe he's coming by later.
Yeah.
See, players used to know who I was.
Did you have some time at the pool with him in San Diego?
We don't like to talk about that.
Excuse me, dude.
Oh, I forgot. I forgot.
Rodney Harrison body shames me.
I mean, that's probably fair.
So,
yes.
if we go back to the Patriots playing their best offense,
can
they have success against the Seattle defense?
Yeah, and I think the two, maybe three biggest things, and I'm sure we'll get into more of the nerd stuff on Catch 22, but I think the biggest things that you see, they've played really 4 really good defenses so far. This is actually, by the numbers, the worst deep ball defense that they've played. Now, the Seahawks are still 12th in completion rate against deep balls, which is still very good, but the Broncos, the Texans, and the Chargers were all top 5 in that statistic. So there are certain guys, I would say, especially Josh Jobe, their third corner. Even Devin Witherspoon's had some issues, defending deep passes this season. So I think that's one thing that maybe they could get going against Seattle. I mentioned the out-of-structure playmaking from May. I think that's maybe the biggest thing, especially because they do play so much zone coverage that's really difficult to kind of break down in structure. If he can get out of the pocket, if he can extend plays, if he can move around and make those guys on the back end cover for 4 or 5 seconds, maybe guys can pop open that way. And everybody has tried this. Everybody has failed. But in a Super Bowl, you never know. They are a too high safety defense. They're going to play with lighter boxes. They're going to play one short in the box. So can the Patriots find a way to, I think Paul said it earlier in the show, can they break a run? And maybe it's not, maybe all the other runs go for 2 yards or less, but maybe that one run is for 50, and that is enough to kind of tilt the game a little bit. So I think that those are the 3 areas. They have the number 1 run defense in football by pretty much every metric, despite the fact that they play so much zone and so much too high safety shell, which is backwards, right?
Yeah, that's what makes them so remarkable, right?
Yeah, and Byron Murphy, I think, is really, him and Leonard Williams are the 2 guys that are just impossible to move on the inside. So can the Patriots be one of the few teams that have been able to run on them a little bit?
Yep. All right. Good time for a break. It's 12:33, so that's our mark. So we're going to take a break. We'll be right back with more from Radio Row at Super Bowl 60.
Come on. Switch it. Come on. Come on. Come on. Switch. Switch.
Let there be ideas too big to stay ideas, and the software to make them soar. Let there be anything. Autodesk.
The future with AI will twist and turn. Cisco is the critical infrastructure for the AI era, clearing your path to wide open possibility. Cisco.
Dunkin's $5 meal deal. A yummy wake-up wrap. A medium iced or hot coffee. And 6 crispy golden hash browns. Dunkin's $5 meal deal. A deal for everyone.
It ain't my dad's razor, Dad.
Hey, watch it.
It's from Gillette Labs. This green bar releases trapped hairs from my face.
Game changer.
While the Flex This contours to it, so the 5 blades can get virtually every hair in one stroke. For the ultimate Gillette shaving experience.
The best a man can get
is Gillette Labs.
We had a Crime Stopper tip come in.
We walked into a real one tonight.
How much you sit on?
Over 20 mil.
Any ideas who might want this money?
The cartel, dirty cops.
Where do you want to start?
Move, go!
It'd be so much easier if we just stole this money. I swear to God.
Come on. Switch it. Come on. Come on. Come on. Switch. Switch.
Let there be ideas too big to stay ideas, and the software to make them soar. Let there be anything. Autodesk.
The future with AI will twist and turn. Cisco is the critical infrastructure for the AI era, clearing your path to wide open possibility. Cisco.
Dunkin's $5 meal deal. A yummy wake-up wrap. A medium iced or hot coffee. And 6 crispy golden hash browns. Dunkin's $5 meal deal. A deal for everyone.
It ain't my dad's razor, Dad.
Hey, watch it.
It's from Gillette Labs. This green bar releases trapped hairs from my face.
Game changer.
While the Flex This contours to it, so the 5 blades can get virtually every hair in one stroke. For the ultimate Gillette shaving experience.
The best a man can get
is Gillette Labs.
We had a Crime Stopper tip come in.
We walked into a real one tonight.
How much you sit on?
Over 20 mil.
Any ideas who might want this money?
The cartel, dirty cops.
Where do you want to start?
Move, go!
It'd be so much easier if we just stole this money. I swear to God.
Come on. Switch it. Come on. Come on. Come on. Switch. Switch.
Let there be ideas too big to stay ideas, and the software to make them soar. Let there be anything. Autodesk.
The future with AI will twist and turn. Cisco is the critical infrastructure for the AI era, clearing your path to wide open possibility. Cisco.
Dunkin's $5 meal deal. A yummy wake-up wrap. A medium iced or hot coffee. And 6 crispy golden hash browns. Dunkin's $5 meal deal. A deal for everyone.
It ain't my dad's razor, Dad.
Hey, watch it.
It's from Gillette Labs. This green bar releases trapped hairs from my face.
Game changer.
While the Flex, this contours to it. So the 5 blades can get virtually every hair in one stroke. For the ultimate Gillette shaving experience.
The best a man can get
is Gillette Labs.
We had a Crime Stopper tip come in. We walked into a real one tonight. How much you sitting on? Over 20 mil. Any ideas who might want this money? The cartel, dirty cops. Where do you want to start? Move, go! It'd be so much easier if we just stole this money. I swear to God.
Come on. Switch it. Come on. Come on. Come on. Switch. Switch.
Let there be ideas too big to stay ideas, and the software to make them soar. Let there be anything. Autodesk.
The future with AI will twist and turn. Cisco is the critical infrastructure for the AI era, clearing your path to wide open possibility. Cisco.
Dunkin's $5 meal deal. A yummy wake-up wrap. A medium iced or hot coffee. And 6 crispy golden hash browns. Dunkin's $5 meal deal. A deal for everyone.
It ain't my dad's razor, Dad.
Hey, watch it.
It's from Gillette Labs. This green bar releases trapped hairs from my face.
Game changer.
While the Flex, this contours to it. So the 5 blades can get virtually every hair in one stroke. For the ultimate Gillette shaving experience.
The best a man can get
is Gillette Labs.
We had a Crime Stopper tip come in. We walked into a real one tonight. How much you sitting on? Over 20 mil. Any ideas who might want this money? The cartel, dirty cops. Where do you want to start? Move, go! It'd be so much easier if we just stole this money. I swear to God.
This is Patriots Unfiltered.
Presented by Toyota's official website for deals, buyatoyota.com.
All right, back here in Patriots Unfiltered, live from Radio Row, Super Bowl 60 in San Francisco. We're at the Moscone Convention Center, and things are starting to,
I know.
Collapse on us. It's getting so crowded in here.
I can't imagine what Thursday and Friday are going to be like if this is the uptick from Tuesday to Wednesday. If it continues on this pace, it's going to be standing room only around us.
Yes.
Have you guys noticed random people just taking videos of us and
Yes.
seen a couple cameras?
Yeah, I'm used to that. I'm used to being in the spotlight.
Please. No
I'm
pictures.
not. I don't really care for it, honestly. It's awkward.
They go by Paul. I saw that guy on 109. He was doing Oh, my God.
Oh, jeez.
Couldn't hold it.
Hey, Paul, did Dr. Chao say you went to BU?
He said he went to school in Boston. I did not hear him say BU, but I might have missed that.
I was going to ask, but it didn't really matter.
Yeah, no,
He did say he went to school in Boston.
I just wanted to see if he'd ever been to the Baseball Hall of Fame at BU. I love when I make a joke and Paul just stares at me. It's my favorite thing.
I just like when we make fun of somebody that isn't me. You know? Like, anyway.
So one thing I didn't
Just
ask
tell you
him, I
there's
should
only
have
one
asked
Hall of Famer at the table, and it ain't any of you.
I didn't ask
Yeah.
him. I should have. It's like, do you make money off of this?
Oh, yeah.
How?
Yeah, it seems like he's got people
Well,
working
I think
for
it's
him.
a combination of now X pays you for impressions.
Okay.
Then you also, like most of these places nowadays, it's like they're selling ads, for their podcasts and their YouTube channels and their everything's sponsored, and that's how Clintus does it.
Yeah.
They just get as many people
Scratch
to
and
sponsor
claw
it as
for
you
every
can.
dollar you can get.
Yep.
So speaking of Clintus,
Yeah, they're around.
Your guys are here.
They are.
Have they asked you to be on with them?
Of course.
Yeah?
Yeah, multiple times. We'll figure something out. We have the dinner tonight, so it's a little tight tonight. But I think tomorrow or Friday, I'm sure I'll
They
be
keep
on there at some
updating us on every move that they make during the Super Bowl, and I can't wait to.
Yeah, if I need to know where any
ask
of them
about
are,
the
I can
gaps.
just check their Twitter feed, and they'll tell me.
Well, they are having the time of their life.
Are they chronicling that? Their every
Well,
move
I
on
just saw
Twitter?
I saw Cadlick walk by, and I'm guaranteeing that there's probably like a pin tweet with like a pin, and it just says like Media Row, and like then there's a picture of it.
Oh,
That's
okay.
probably. I'm guessing. Where is he? I want to make fun of him.
I did see Cadlick we were in the middle of one of our interviews. He walked by.
Sunrise in San Francisco.
Check.
No, like literally.
Yeah.
Like we know. You're
Sunset
here.
in
We got it.
California.
Right.
Well,
Midnight in California.
Don't
New
intrude
day
on
has
Mike
dawned.
Reed. That's Mike
My
Reed's
second
territory.
bowel movement of the day.
Phone eats first, Fred.
Right.
Phone eats first.
Scene setter.
Scene setter. Me
Take-
taking
taking
my
a
morning dump.
Scene setter, colon.
See how I get them to go off track?
You do. You do.
You do, Fred.
All right. Eldred is trying to get back on track from North Carolina. What's up, Eldred?
Come on, Eldred.
What's up, Eldred?
Eldred. Don't do
No,
us like
I don't
that.
know.
They're having a hard time, I think, with the
Yeah, so they can't hear the show, so
the
they
delays
don't know
and
when
the
we're going to that.
technologies.
It's got to take a leap of faith. If you got something to say,
Yeah.
you're going to have to not listen to the show for a few minutes.
How about David in Virginia? What's up, David?
David.
David?
You, David.
No? Okay.
So, Catherine O'Hara.
I didn't want to talk to
RIP.
you either.
Right.
Oh,
so
God,
when
that's
that happened, I was like, everybody kept on saying the mom from Home Alone died, and I was like, the mom
Moira.
from Schitt's Creek died. Like, what do you mean?
David.
She was a true gem.
Yeah.
Sad.
Let's see. Scott writes in. Podcast at Patriots.com. He's in San Diego. After the success of Good Jules Hunting, I propose a sequel that explains the complicated formula of how the Pro Football Hall of Fame selects inductees.
Yeah.
Open with Evan rolling a bucket and mop through the hallways of Gillette Stadium. He comes upon an empty whiteboard. He pulls out a marker and dashes off a formula. Then he turns to the camera to explain. DVOA divided by the EPA plus CPOE, composite times the cube root of the waist size of Vince Wilfork in 2011. Cut to close-up of Paul,
Doesn't even
Deuce,
make
and
any
Alex
sense.
pummeling Evan with tomatoes. Thanks for the great show. Okay.
That,
I think
algorithm wouldn't work.
I think Evan's algorithm would just be like this. Like, yes. No.
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 The
Yes.
17th Pittsburgh Steeler.
No.
Right.
Bart in Poland, fun fact, he says, although it's the Patriots' 12th Super Bowl appearance, it's the first time they will be playing in the Pacific time zone.
That is
Until
true.
this year, the farthest they went west was Arizona. They have played Super Bowls in 3 other time zones and won at least one in all 3 of them.
That's a fact.
That's a fun
Toy.
fact.
That's like a
That was fun.
factoid.
Factoid.
Right?
Yeah, it's a little fact.
Yeah. All right.
It's good. Outdoors. I mean, they're out of their element. But, hey, when you make 12 Super Bowls, you're covering all your bases. You're
That's
playing
right.
daytime, West Coast, East Coast, couple in New Orleans,
Do you
couple
think
in
we'll
Arizona.
ever see the day when a Super Bowl is played outside of the continental United
Yep.
States?
I hope not.
I bet.
You do?
Yep.
I would
hope
say
not.
yes, but I hopefully will not be part of that.
Yeah. Well, there's been a bunch of announcements, right? They're going to play a game in Paris next year.
There's
I mean,
9 international games.
9.
9.
And Evan and the Patriots are going to Seattle. They're going to L.A.
They're going to Detroit on Thanksgiving.
They might be playing a game in Siberia. I don't know. Is that on the list?
Probably.
International. Trying to expand it.
6 primetime games.
It's going to be a lot next year. It's going to be back to that 2019 schedule where it felt like they were on prime time or a lot of travel. A lot of good games, though.
That is true.
4 1 p.m. games next year, you think? Oh, wow.
All right, let's
That's
try
a good fact,
Let's try
Matt.
the phones again. We'll go to Spee in Fresno. What's up, Spee?
Yo, we're in the Super Bowl again. I can't believe this.
Yeah, yeah, babe. Kyle Van Noy.
Come on. This is nuts. I'm trying to muster optimism and believe that we can do it, but I think that Drake's got to play like above average. I'm worried that. I mean, I liked the Barf conversation yesterday, kind of above and beyond the excellent prostitution talk.
Well said.
He got into the whole. He started making allusions to, I think, that the net neutral thing, just talking about how the past two Super Bowls have featured like the strong coach quarterback tandems with okay rosters versus the souped up rosters with the okay coach quarterback tandems. It was interesting, and I wondered, particularly Evan, but all you guys, do you see Darnold as that kind of net neutral quarterback, and do you think that this year is a potentially good litmus test of that hypothesis, with Drake May being presumably like an above average to even better, possibly great quarterback, or is it like too soon for Drake to be like that kind of figure in this kind of situation?
Sure. I think that there's a lot of truth to that about Darnold, in a similar way that I would say to like Jalen Hurts. Like there's obviously a lot of things that Darnold does that helps this offense go, but when the conditions aren't great, his play does drop, and I think Jalen Hurts has some limitations that are similar. So in some ways I would see that, but I think Darnold's been really good for 2 years now, and maybe a little bit better than that. That's not really probably fair to Sam Darnold to call him a true net neutral quarterback, because he's done it back-to-back years in two different places at this point. But I can hear some of the things about, when the play action's rolling and the run game's rolling and he's protected, he's dynamite, and then when those sort of easy buttons get stripped away from him, it does tend to get a little bit more dicey.
Yeah, I would just say to back up Evan's point here, like I can't see Seattle like winning if he's a net neutral quarterback. He's not. He's got to be better than that in the game. Just like Jalen Hurts, I would say probably isn't much more than a net neutral quarterback on the balance of a regular season, year after year after year. But in the 2 years that they made Super Bowl runs, he was much better than that.
Yeah.
And especially in both Super Bowls, he was vastly better than that in the two actual games. So it's easy to say, oh, yeah, all you need is a net neutral quarterback when you have that roster. But Joe Flacco had to play great when he got to the postseason for the Ravens to finally win a Super Bowl. So you need to be better than net neutral, in my view, just my opinion, when you actually get there.
And I don't think the Seattle roster is as good as Philly's.
Yeah, it's not a
either.
stacked roster compared to a quarterback-coach combo.
Yeah.
What do you think the chances in this game of being a defensive slugfest?
I think
reasonable. Pretty good.
Like really low-scoring game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's possible for sure, because I think both these quarterbacks could come into this game and be a little bit overwhelmed by the defenses that they're facing. And I just was talking about Darnold's dip in production when he's under pressure. He's got one of the biggest splits between kept clean and under pressure in the NFL. What the Patriots defense been doing for 3 straight games is just getting after opposing quarterbacks. So if that continues with the way Drake May has looked, that's why, I've kind of come around to, Paul and I were talking about, would you rather play the Rams or the Seahawks, for coming into this game. This game with the Seahawks does have a chance to kind of be the same game they've been playing, where it's a little bit of a struggle for both offenses, and it's going to be,
they make a couple plays.
3 or 4 plays that tilt it one way or the other. And so far, the Patriots have been able to make those big plays, but I could see that coming to fruition.
Okay.
Yeah.
I hope not. I don't want to see it. I want to see Drake May have a game.
You want to see Drake May.
Feels due.
Drake May.
Yeah.
And I would say that it's not just Drake, it's also Josh McDaniels.
Yeah.
I feel like Josh McDaniels, because Drake May hasn't played very well in these games, well, they also haven't really popped open a lot of receivers either in these games. So does he have a great game plan up his sleeve? It seems like out of 4 playoff games, you would think at some point Josh McDaniels would get the better of a defensive play caller just with his acumen.
All right, back to the phones we go. Boston Cream is on the line. What's up, Boston Cream? Hey.
Hello.
Boston Cream.
Hey, guys. 1 sec. Holy moly. Sorry, guys. I have advice for fans here who are holding
What? You got to talk into the phone.
You can play the video on the Patriots app while on hold, and you don't have to miss the show.
Oh, there you go.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's double dipping.
Just
Also-
performing
It's got
a
us on
service.
multiple screens.
Just performing a service for the fans.
Unfortunately, it leads into an entrance like I just had, but it does work.
Okay.
Anyways, I'd like to take this platform to say I'll be coming to Boston to see a Patriots game next year, and I hope to avoid all of you guys.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, we're a Dunkin'
So
company,
in
so
2018, the People's MVP was clearly James Devlin. If you guys were to pick a People's MVP this year for the Super Bowl, if we win, who would you pick?
The People's MVP.
Say it, Fred.
Oh.
Say it.
You have the pick.
You know you want it.
Come
There's
on,
three
Fred.
of them.
He may not even be active.
Efton Chisholm.
The third.
No. Thanks, Boston Cream.
That would be a record. First ever
Inactive.
MVP from an inactive player.
No.
I was thinking a different one, but
Yeah, I'm only kidding.
I know.
Who do you think? The People's MVP.
I was gonna say Kairos Tonga. Like, what if Tonga just has one of those run-stuffing games? Maybe he plays a little bit on offense and gets some, blocking in on short yardage and helps him punch in a touchdown or something like that. I just feel like he's been one of the fan favorites all year long, and maybe he gets a little bit more of that.
See, I think it's an interesting team in that there are no superstars. Drake May is the star, but like a guy like Marcus Jones, why can't he be a People's MVP? I know he was a Pro Bowler and all that, but he's not that big star yet.
Hey, like that, Paul.
Some people like to pick their unsung heroes from, among the All-Pros.
Right.
Like Mike Dussault.
I said the same thing on the TV show, Fred. We were asked about unsung hero, and and Paul, that was a great line, and credit to Paul, as he's got his sharp wit. But there is something about Marcus Jones, just his all-around game, and he earned his recognition. He deserves it. But in some ways, I think this is a compliment that it's hard to think of this because you just think everybody contributes, and there's nobody really standing out that isn't getting noticed. Everybody's been kind of an unsung hero and made some plays at times. And, it's not, we have all these superstars, but this one guy has really stepped up this year. I mean, Jack Gibbons has stepped up. And, Corey Durden has stepped up. And Craig Woodson has stepped up lately. And, Jalen Hawkins had, led the team in interceptions. Those are all guys that have stepped up and made plays at key times this season.
I like that Marcus Jones is starting to get some national love now that the Patriots are back in the Super Bowl. About what he's done on defense this year, not just special teams, which is he's always been highly thought of as a returner, but to hear a lot of people nationally start talking about him as their slot and how he plays that role and how he's been so great at it. It's cool to have him get some recognition.
I mean, how far away is Marcus Jones from being I know he's not the guy now, but being the greatest punt returner in NFL history? I mean, what does that look like for him to get there? I mean, he's had a great start.
Yeah.
He's certainly dynamic.
Yeah. I mean, he's going to be in that conversation.
I mean, he's in the return yardage?
Numbers-wise, I believe he's
got the highest return average in NFL history.
Yeah, for qualified returners. I think it's always going to be hard, especially for my generation, to top Devin Hester. I don't know if anybody's ever going to top Devin Hester, but that might more be a nostalgia, remembering the highlights kind of thing.
Yeah.
Because Marcus Jones has him beat right now in terms of just consistency and average.
Could be a real X factor of this game. I mean, and Shaheed too on the other side. I mean, there's no plays off on either side of the ball.
Yeah.
Elle from Wisconsin writes in, I was nervous about these shows when you said they're going to be full of guests. Maybe I'm just used to player interviews because I wasn't looking forward to that. These shows have been fantastic so far.
You just became my favorite emailer of all time.
And pretty much every guest has been interesting. Couldn't be happier to be wrong.
Yeah. So.
Yep. I love that email.
Yeah, we've had
I just happen to strongly agree with it.
Yeah, a good variety of guests.
Yeah.
Talking about different things, so that's good. That's good. How about Chris in Tampa Bay? You want to give it a try?
Tampa.
What's up, Chris? Chris in Tampa Bay, not following Boston Cream's advice.
Yep,
There he is. What's going on, Chris?
Hey, sorry about that, fellas. I waited till Super Bowl week to give you guys a call back. Can't believe we're back, huh? How about that?
How about it?
Who would have thought? Look at us.
All right,
Who's got it better than us?
Little extra. Yeah, nobody does. I got a little X's and O's question.
Evan?
So I've heard you guys talk about it already. So I'm thinking that the weather, our offense hasn't been able to, show much in the weather. I think that might help us out with the genius that Josh has shown himself to be over the years. Obviously, I'm expecting some trick plays, but do you guys share that opinion that maybe the offense got lucked out to be able to not show a lot on film, and then be able to come out and really take advantage of something Seattle may not have seen that we've installed throughout the playoffs?
I guess my only counter to that line of thinking is maybe at the end of the Denver game in the fourth quarter when it was a blizzard and it was pretty clear that Denver couldn't move the ball, and the only way you were going to lose the game is turning the ball over on your 1 yard line and giving them a touchdown. They got conservative, or they played a different style of football. But I highly doubt that they went into the Texans game and called a completely different offense than what they were anticipating. I don't necessarily think that that's how it went down, where we're not going to open up the playbook today because C.J. Stroud's a turnover machine. I think they tried to move the ball on Houston, and they had some success, and they also had some bad plays, and I think that's – I don't know if maybe –
execution.
what's close to the vest.
I think you can say that the weather impacted the Patriots offense in all 3 games. And I think there'll be some validity to that. I would certainly agree with it. But I think people are extrapolating from that because of the weather, the Patriots had to play a certain style and couldn't use their whole offense. That's not the case. Certainly not in the first 2 games, and not in the first 3 quarters of the Denver game. There was some possessions that Evan just explained that they basically said, we're going to punt in this possession, and we're okay with that in Denver. They did not play the whole game like that, and they didn't play any of the first 2 games like that.
Yeah.
None.
Yeah, I agree.
There's been trick plays. There have been passes downfield. There have been passes in the short and intermediate zones. There's been plenty of running the ball. You can't say they've abandoned the run. They've run their offense. Now, I think they can be better in this game because I think the weather will be better, and I think it'll be more conducive to offensive football. But not because I expect Josh McDaniels to break out 15 plays that they've never run before, that they've been holding back.
No, it's execution to me, and that's the plays that Evan talked about where he's hitting guys in the feet that are usually airtight pinpoint completion.
They should execute
Get
better.
back to that kind of execution. I'm not really, now we're running these plays, and it's not that.
And I don't
me.
eliminate a wrinkle. You guys were talking about that anecdote from Brady about the red zone and stuff like that. Josh is a great offensive coordinator. They'll probably have something in these 2 weeks that's a little bit different. But I'm just talking about, I don't think they were holding things back in the previous playoff games because of the weather.
Right.
Yeah, I just wonder if maybe, they haven't really – well, wait. I'll hold that thought.
We got a guess, Fred.
Yeah.
We got another guess, Fred. Wake up.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Maybe.
Well,
all right.
In a minute. Get ready, folks.
All right, we're getting
Maybe
Trey
we'll do a
Flowers
little
on here.
He's got some hardware.
I was going to tee it up.
Oh, okay.
He's got some.
No.
He's got some jewelry. It looks like.
So we have an answer to one of the trivia questions from yesterday.
Oh, right.
Right. Remember the guy who stumped the Grump?
2.5 sacks. Looks like we're gonna have 2 rings.
Yep. I loved watching Trey Flowers play. I love that and I'm not just saying this because he's standing over there.
Yeah, he can't hear you.
I love that he would play the 0. He'd just go right up over the center, and he would rush inside on 3rd down. And I'm going to ask him about it. He was like the only guy that had his hand in the dirt.
Yeah.
They would have everybody else jumping up and down. They called it like the amoeba defense or something. Everybody else was running around up top, and then it would just be this one guy. Trey Flowers.
What's up, Trey?
Hey, Trey. Paul Perillo.
How's it going, Mike?
What's up? Evan, nice to meet you.
All right, Trey Flowers here at Radio Row.
We might have.
What's up, Trey?
Let's get some bling there.
What
do we got?
Familiar jewelry there.
Yeah. Fred and Paul both have those too.
Yeah, not those ones.
Not the
Yeah, I just had to.
No, I have those.
Don't really bring them out too often, but
this is the place to do it.
Oh yeah. So I'm now. Yeah.
So how you been?
I've been good. Good. Yeah, I've been enjoying retired life. Been retired a couple years now. Enjoying family, having more children, spending more time with family.
Okay.
And just now going into public speaking. Yeah, so trying to do the motivational speaking.
So is that why you're here?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, you can say so.
Yeah.
Yeah. Doing a few engagements. Motivating, leading people along with my voice now. So
Okay.
yeah, I wasn't much of a talker when I was playing.
What's your main message that you give?
Yeah, my main message is I actually got a show that I'm starting. Is called "You Will Is His Will." So the Lord's will for your life is for you to get through any challenges that you may have going on. So and that comes through persevering through hard times, through the struggle. So it's faith-based, it's scripture-based. So I just let the Lord lead me and put all the glory on Him. So
and what inspired you to do this?
So for me, I've never, like I said, I've never been a talker much, but after, ironically enough, after I got released from New England, 23, after my injury and things, so and through that process, God revealed some things through me, and it was something that I just had to share. It was on my spirit to share, and just through sharing His word, sharing the revelation, and seeking Him throughout that journey, because it was a hard time, right? It was it's a game that you love. You kind of hope to play as much as you can, but it ended abruptly pretty early for me. So I had to seek Him through the process, and in seeking Him, things were getting revealed to me. So spreading that word, spreading that revelation, encouraging others, and just seeing the interaction and stuff. So I'm like, I think this is my calling.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah.
Happy for you there.
Yeah. So.
All right. So do you know that you're the answer to a trivia question? And the question is, who holds the record for most sacks in the Super Bowl as a Patriot? And you're the answer, 2.5.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
One of those rings is from the Atlanta Super Bowl, I'm sure.
Yeah, it definitely is.
Well,
this one right here, yeah.
I mean, one of those sacks was huge there at the end as you guys were holding your ground. I mean, they were knocking on the door of coming back, and that was, a huge moment for your defense.
Yeah, that was a time. we go back. I go back to that often. A lot of people ask me about that Super Bowl, and I just say Atlanta really just had to make one play. We had to make every play, and man, we made a lot of plays. It was a great plays made.
Yeah.
That was probably that's the pinnacle. That's I don't think no Super Bowl, no game has topped that.
Was that your second year, Trey? I mean, what was it like? I mean, you were still a really young player.
Yeah.
What was it like playing the first Super Bowl as a young guy? We got a lot of young guys on the Patriots this year.
Oh, yeah. So that was my second year. Started off the year playing like third down nose guard, kind of out of my role, but had to, just one.
Evan loves it. Evan's ready to ask you about that.
I was just nerding out about that before you sat down.
Yeah.
You keep going.
Yeah. So it's man. So that year was, for me, just kind of, like I said, coming off my rookie year, not playing at all, just really kind of like, man, I don't care where y'all put me at, as long as I'm on the field, and just continue to work hard, work through it. And make a way, and then obviously being able to start, and then being productive, in the biggest game. That was, man, I would say just a testament to, for the coaches, the coaching staff, depending on me, putting me in that position, and then obviously just the preparation that went into that, knowing that, I didn't know that play would have had to be made, but thank God that I was prepared for it. So
being in that game, like I remember watching it, and I couldn't believe what I'm seeing.
Yeah.
Like I just couldn't. You guys were dead to rights, and then you rose from the dead there.
Yeah.
What was it like being a player in that game? And all these, like you said, Atlanta only had to make one play.
Yeah.
We had to make a whole bunch of plays. As you started rattling off all those plays, what was the feeling like?
So I would say, to me, from my viewpoint, obviously going into the halftime, everything was calm. It was cool. Everybody just, all right, we just got to make some plays, got to get back into it. Towards, I believe, like the third quarter, when we came down like 16, and a few defensive guys looked at each other like, oh, we just got to make 2 stops, 2 touchdowns, 2-point conversions.
Right.
Now, that sounds like a lot. Right?
Easier said than done.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So
thread the needle.
Yeah. So, at that point, it's like, okay, we really got a shot right here. And so, that was before the Hightower got the sacks strip series, and went down there, and sure enough, touchdown, 2-point conversion, and we like, oh yeah, this is it. And so after that, but even that drive, like that defensive drive, where my sack came from, man, it was. I would say that the emotional strength of being able, because they had a big play to get down there.
Right, Julio Jones catch.
Yeah. So a big play to get down there, and you know, you see a lot of times in that situation, teams going to the tank like, oh man, that's big play, it's over. But man, I just attested to the defensive leaders on that team. Like I said, I was young, but you had Hightower, McCourty, you know, those guys that kind of like, man, no, we got to make a stand right here. And sure enough, you know, plays were made. So
then you get it done. Game's over.
Yeah.
How long did it take for it to sink in? Like, we just did
yeah.
this. We just did this.
Man, I could tell you, I probably was still in shock clean through the spring. You know, probably not until getting back into April at off-season camp. You know, just kind of still in shock, still riding the wave. I don't think I slept the first 4 days after it. You know, it's just
so now taking your football career and that success that you had and coming back from adversity, how much of that do you bring into what you're doing now?
Oh yeah, it's man, it's big time. Like you say, your journey, the journey that you live, you know, it could push you towards your purpose, right? And the pain that you endured, you know, it pushed you towards the purpose. So I definitely believe that because because we went through that situation and then many situations after being injured, you know, being released, like, you know, my life journey, that is what makes a lot of the things that I say, you know, really resonate with a lot of people. So,
So do you have a website or something where people can, like, you know, find out more?
Yeah, so, well, my website is TreyFlowers.com, and now I have a YouTube. Now, all of this stuff is kind of on the ground, but it's I'm building it up. My YouTube is, I believe, The Trey Flowers at 3. So,
okay, TreyFlowers.com.
TreyFlowers.com.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Well, listen.
Yeah.
It's great seeing you,
man.
Can I ask him one football question?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
All right, I got to ask you this question. So I remember you mentioned playing nose guard and stuff like that.
Yeah.
You know, you were sometimes the only guy with his hand in the dirt, and you had all you guys jumping up and down and around you.
Yeah.
Why did you like playing inside like that, and at your body type? Like, how did you hold up in there?
Yeah. So for me, like I say, that was the only way I got on the field early part of my second year. So it really was just me almost creating a position, right? This where they told me to play. It's the only opportunity. And early on, like I said, I had maybe 10 snaps a game, only on third down. So, and I'm like, man, I gotta make a way. I can't sit back, complain. Oh, I'm not in my right position. I'm not getting, you know, enough reps. I just gotta, whatever the reps I got on the field, I gotta make the best of it. And so, through just sharpening up that skill, I mean, you see it. I got to go against double teams every snap. So being able to prepare for that, just obviously like the overtime work, you know, working after practice, and you know how my body held up, man. To be honest, I don't know, you know, because. You know, I'm not the typical third down, you know, nose guard, hand in the dirt type of body type.
But the quickness that you had, like you that gave the center a lot of trouble.
Yeah. And I knew that. I was able to now manipulate that. Like, okay, I probably don't have a weight advantage, but the quickness, and then, you know, deceiving them with, you know, obviously the long arms and, you know, thinking I'm going this way, pushing them that way. So,
it was fun to watch.
Yeah.
Man. It was cool.
All right. Well, Evan got his football question.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Appreciate it.
Trey,
good now.
Good luck with what you're doing.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, man.
Sounds like it's really worthy.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
All right.
All right. Appreciate y'all.
Thanks, Trey.
All right.
Yes,
sir. Good
Okay.
seeing you.
All right. Time for a break, Matt. We'll take this break.
It is 1:12, so.
Oh, that's right. We're hitting. Oh, it's 1:13, so
sorry.
we're a minute behind.
Sorry, my bad.
We'll take the 1:12 break at 1:13, and we'll be right back with more from Radio Row.
Come on. Switch it. Come on. Come on. Come on. Switch. Switch.
Let there be ideas too big to stay ideas, and the software to make them soar. Let there be anything. Autodesk.
The future with AI will twist and turn. Cisco is the critical infrastructure for the AI era, clearing your path to wide open possibility. Cisco.
Dunkin's $5 meal deal. A yummy wake-up wrap. A medium iced or hot coffee. And 6 crispy golden hash browns. Dunkin's $5 meal deal. A deal for everyone.
It ain't my dad's razor, Dad.
Hey, watch it.
It's from Gillette Labs. This green bar releases trapped hairs from my face.
Game changer.
While the Flex, this contours to it. So the 5 blades can get virtually every hair in one stroke. For the ultimate Gillette shaving experience.
The best a man can get
is Gillette Labs.
We had a Crime Stopper tip come in.
We walked into a real one tonight.
How much you sitting on?
Over 20 mil.
Any ideas who might want this money?
The cartel, dirty cops.
Where do you want to start?
Move, go!
It'd be so much easier if we just stole this money. I swear to God. Come on. Switch it. Come on. Come on. Come on. Switch. Switch.
Let there be ideas too big to stay ideas, and the software to make them soar. Let there be anything. Autodesk.
The future with AI will twist and turn. Cisco is the critical infrastructure for the AI era, clearing your path to wide open possibility. Cisco.
Dunkin's $5 meal deal. A yummy wake-up wrap. A medium iced or hot coffee. And 6 crispy golden hash browns. Dunkin's $5 meal deal. A deal for everyone.
It ain't my dad's razor, Dad.
Hey, watch it.
It's from Gillette Labs. This green bar releases trapped hairs from my face.
Game changer.
While the Flex, this contours to it. So the 5 blades can get virtually every hair in one stroke. For the ultimate Gillette shaving experience.
The best a man can get
is Gillette Labs.
We had a Crime Stopper tip come in.
We walked into a real one tonight.
How much you sitting on?
Over 20 mil.
Any ideas who might want this money?
The cartel, dirty cops.
Where do you want to start?
Move, go!
It'd be so much easier if we just stole this money. I swear to God.
This is Patriots Unfiltered.
Presented by Toyota's official website for deals, buyatoyota.com.
Patriots Unfiltered. All right, back here on Radio Row, live from the Moscone Convention Center. It is Super Bowl 60. This place is heating up. People everywhere. Some people, we think we know who they are, but we're not quite sure. A lot of familiar faces. Ted Johnson. Ted Johnson.
Oh, another one who ignores us.
Look at him. Just
another one just
blows
ignores
right
us.
by.
He's going to get a steak, I think.
He is going to do a show.
Treating us the way he treated Andy Hart.
Yeah.
Andy Hart got screwed.
He did, but I don't know if you needed to put that on the air.
Well, I mean, he just blew right by us.
I don't think he was necessarily being rude.
Well, probably didn't hear us.
Well, how can you not hear me?
No,
it's pretty loud in here.
There was a fullback coming through the A gap, and he had to meet him.
Yeah. Okay, he's filling that gap.
Fill the gap.
Okay.
Back
anyway,
on back.
yeah, Ted Johnson just walked by. So.
Yeah, he's
Who's
on with
this guy?
Wiggy over there. Wiggy's got an I Love Drake May T-shirt on. Cracking me up.
Where's Wiggy? What
They're
station?
over on EEI.
Oh, EEI? Oh,
It's the one you were just making fun of.
Oh,
What
it says
station?
Odyssey, though. It doesn't say EEI.
No, it's poor branding.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
WEEI. It
Nobody
says right
knows.
behind them.
Yeah.
103.7 FM.
Okay.
The dog.
What
is it?
station?
EEI.
If
WEEI.
a tree
We've
falls
got
in the
tapes.
forest,
Boston's
I mean, I get
original.
it.
All right. 855-PATS-500 is the hotline. Podcast at Patriots.com is the email address. Let's go to Kevin in Dublin. What's up, Kevin? Dublin.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Yeah, it's my first call. Been a long-time listener and emailer, and I really enjoy Fred's pronunciation of Dublin when he reads my emails.
Dublin.
to get the help.
Kevin in Dublin.
Dublin, indeed.
Correct.
I can't believe we're back here, fellas. The evil empire has returned. My friends are already sick of me fawning over Drake May. And, the NFL is still growing over here in Ireland, so not a lot of people know who he is. We had the first game this year, and unfortunately it was the remnants of Aaron Rodgers and the pedestrian Vikings team, but it can only get better from here in terms of games in Ireland. But I'm way more excited about this game. And, of course, and apologies if you already covered this, but I'm intrigued by the first quarter game plan. I know the Patriots' history in terms of first quarter points, and maybe it is more about randomness, but how much is that a creature of trying to figure out the opponent and keeping the powder dry versus conservative play calling or other factors? And I'm wondering whether that's more of a kind of a AFC versus NFC thing, so having, getting a clearer idea of opposing defenses as the game goes on. So, yeah, be interested to hear your thoughts on that, and I'll pick it offline.
Okay.
Take care, guys.
All right. Thanks, Kevin.
I think it's a great question. I mean,
I know.
you
It's
can't
so
fall
many-
behind.
The sample size is so big that I feel like it's so random. Like one game it was probably the defense. The next game it was jitters. The next game it was and I don't know if there's like a common thread of why they always struggled to score in the first quarter. I mean, you had Tom Brady and you couldn't score in the first quarter. So I don't know. But I do think there is some element maybe of, these two teams are not very familiar with one another.
Right.
Like they haven't played the Seahawks, since last year, but that was with Geno Smith, and it was a different team, obviously the Patriots coaching staff was entirely different. Drake May wasn't even playing in the game, so there's going to be a feeling out process, I'm sure, for both coaching staffs of what exactly everybody wants to do. The one thing I'm holding out a little bit of hope with in that respect is, they did just play Jesse Minter not too long ago and with the Chargers, and it's the same defensive system that McDonald's running with Seattle, so maybe there's a little bit of systemic familiarity, but player-wise, you haven't faced a lot of these guys.
I just my point was just you can't fall behind this Seahawks team by like 10 points. Like they are just built to protect the lead. And one other thing I have to not going back to are the Seahawks overrated, but I just think so many of their key games this year were against division opponents. Both playoff games were against division opponents. And we know those games are always a little weird, and these are each other so well. And I wonder about, and it's for the Patriots too. They don't know the Seahawks. How does that manifest itself with two teams that aren't familiar with each other?
Sure.
We know the Seahawks when they know the other team that they can blast them. But does that maybe the unpredictability of what the Patriots are going to do? Does that give any kind of question?
Yeah, and look, it's easy to have a plan until you get punched in the mouth, right?
Sure.
But I think the one thing that you look at is always when in games like this is you do go to those division opponents, because the division opponents know the team the best. So what did the Rams do against Seattle, where they did find a little bit of success in both games? The overtime game and the game in the NFC Championship game, they had success. So what was buttons or levers was Sean McVay pulling in those games, because they know the Seahawks much better
and
than
I
they
would go
do.
back to the first game that the Rams and Seahawks played, and then because the Seahawks shut them down in the first game.
Yeah.
They lost the game, but it was because Darnold made some mistakes. And I would look to see what were the differences that McVay did from that game to the next one, because I believe that they had, I think they were +4 in turnovers or +3 in turnovers and still only scored 20 points.
Yeah.
And then the next game they scored 37 and lost in overtime.
Yeah.
So what changed for Sean McVay from one game to the next? The whole first quarter thing in the Super Bowls, to me, is one of those Vrabel things. It's really interesting. I find it really interesting. I'm not sure how important it is. I think it's just kind of circumstantial. And Evan's right. Like, there's so many different things that happen. You know, like Seattle game, the last time they played Seattle, they had a great drive, and Tom threw a pick at the goal line. You know, so that keeps points on the board. The Giants game. The Giants opened the game with an 11-minute drive.
Yeah.
Right.
The Patriots scored a touchdown in their first drive. It just didn't happen until the second quarter.
Yeah.
Because the first drive for the Giants took so
Huge.
much time. I think it was like 10:53 or something like that field goal drive. So they've moved the ball early in some of these games. And then in others, like, sometimes you're just playing a good defense.
Yeah.
And it takes a while to sort of figure out how to attack this defense.
It is interesting hearing you say that, though, Paul, because it makes me realize that a lot of times this is how the game declares itself with these, you know, like that's a great example of that Giants drive. It was like, it's going to be a grind today. You know, and maybe that changes course. And, like, again, go back to 38. It changed your defensive struggle, and then it's a shootout. But I do think that that first quarter is very important and kind of declares what kind of game it's going to be.
I mean, we talked about it. These Super Bowls have their own feeling to it. They have their own, you know, it feels different than your regular game, and you might have that long drive to start the game, and it just screws everything else up after that.
Yeah,
you know?
That's what's so funny though is I mean, you guys have watched so many Super Bowls. I mean, I've watched them as a fan, but you guys have written and had to analyze them and do the work around the game. So nobody here in this whole building has watched as many Super Bowls and covered them from
Howard Balzer's on 45 of them.
But he's just watching. I mean, I'm saying
I know what you're saying.
No, but like
I'm just
watch it from a Patriots perspective.
Well, I'll give you 2011, right? They're playing the Giants in that Super Bowl, and Brady right off the get-go throws that ball down the middle to no one, and they flag him for intentional grounding, and like from that point on, you just never had this feeling of any flow for the Patriots. Yet here we are at the end of the game, and it takes an Eli Manning pass down a chimney to Manningham, whatever his name is, to really give the game to the Giants. Yeah. But like, it was just a weird game.
Yeah,
up
it
to
was
that.
A weird game.
I think a lot of them are like that, right? They're weird games. It's not, you don't normally get like what you expect, obviously, and I think this is a big declare game because the Patriots sometimes are a little bit slower to start, especially on defense, this year. But I would say on both sides of the ball, it's usually like the middle quarter is where they start to really, run away with these games where they have had, easy fourth quarters. And this Seattle team, to Deuce's point, it's a tough team to come back from 10-0 on. That's not a way you want to live in a game like this.
Yep. Let's go to Rudy in Santa Cruz. What's up, Rudy? Hello, Rudy.
Rudy.
No,
we were all thinking it. I mean, it was right there.
No, that's okay.
Thought he's going to run out of the tunnel with his golden helmet.
We don't want to talk to him either.
That didn't actually happen. I heard that's just part of the movie.
Oh, there wasn't a kindly old janitor that helped him out along the way.
I don't know what this means. Nick says, I just want to say I have the same reaction as Paul did anytime Zolak comes on the screen. I don't know what that means. My question is, game on the line, fourth quarter, last-minute drive. This is the only time in Patriot history that I would not feel comfortable with the game-winning field goal. The rookie is good, and I hope he works out for the long term. Well, he's not a rookie, but he's obviously – the kicker. But he's obviously not Adam or Steven. Scale of 1 to 10, how confident would you be in that situation? I'm at a 4. I know range matters, so let's just say 40+.
I'm surprised that you're that. Like, what has he done to prove that he wouldn't be up for it? And, like, Gostkowski wasn't very good in Super Bowls.
I was just going to ask, what did Gostkowski do that put him on Adam's level?
Right.
I mean, like, missed multiple kicks in Super Bowls, like, famously.
Didn't even
missed
let
some
him
big
kick
ones.
some of them.
Yeah. I mean, remember in
Remember the Bill on the 42?
Well, they
didn't
attempt it.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
But what did he miss? What did he miss?
I didn't say that. I don't know.
No, Gostkowski missed multiple kicks in the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
over the course of his career.
I'm not remembering those. Which ones? I'm being serious. I'm having a brain fart.
I would have to. I don't remember the individual plays off the top of my head, but I would all.
He certainly didn't have the track record that Adam had with the game on the line.
I just remember in '53 too that like they were thinking of going for that fourth down. And I remember Brady being
Oh,
like,
yeah.
"Bill, just kick the
Just
field
kick the
goal.
field goal.
Like,
The game's
like,
over.
Yeah, what are you doing?" And I think that
As
there was
usual, Belichick was, led by Brady.
I think there was maybe a little bit of hesitation there. Honestly, I do.
Huh. No, there was.
Yeah.
There was absolutely hesitation.
And it wasn't like a 60-yard field goal.
And
It
Brady
was
had to be the adult
voice of
in the room
reason,
and
yeah.
said, no,
I
you
think
kick the field goal and the game's over.
It was short 40s, right?
Yeah, I want to say 40-something.
Yeah. So, Mark in Fall River, I want to preface this by saying I don't want to take any credit away from Zach Core. The question is specifically for you guys and the credit you've given him. How come when Bill Belichick was the coach, it was Bill's defense, and this year all the credit is going to Core instead of Vrabel? Is it not Vrabel's defense? I would think with the issues of Core having to step into the role unexpectedly, Vrabel would be even more involved. Well, I mean, I think we've given both their flowers, right?
Yeah.
But I think Core during the game is making the calls.
Yeah, he's calling the plays, but
Yeah.
I just think that the praise for Core is more like he was not supposed to be in this position.
Right.
You know, it's week 2 of the season. Terrell Williams obviously has his situation happen, and Zach Core, who's never called plays in an NFL game before and had no lead up, no preseason preparation, no training camp preparation, nothing, gets thrown into the fire, into the position, and I think he's actually starting to really thrive in the role and excel with it. I mean, he got the better of Sean Payton a couple of times, and Sean Payton's one of the most respected play callers in the game.
And Sean Payton came out and said it
And
on
admitted
the key 4th down.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
He said they fooled me.
Yeah, yeah.
And guys
so
like that don't generally admit that
No.
stuff readily.
it's absolutely Vrabel's system, and I'm sure that Vrabel has a huge hand in the game planning week to week on defense. And it's his defense in terms of the system and the language and all that stuff. But the guy calling the plays is Core, and a lot of the players have talked also about him presenting in front of the team and presenting game plans. And he said some things to us, Deuce, in assistant coach availability, where he thinks of things that like you can tell just how smart he is and like how astute he is. Like talking about Justin Herbert's hand size and how Justin Herbert has big hands. And so that allows him to hold the ball with one hand so that he can use the other hand to run and create and like get up to a faster speed because he doesn't have to put 2 hands on the football. He was talking to me the other day about Kenneth Walker and like his like history going all the way back to him playing football at Wake Forest, which was before he transferred to Michigan State. Like that's how far back he like goes in terms of thinking about these players. So it's pretty impressive, like hearing him talk. Like he'll just pull out these little things where it's like, well, he started at Wake Forest, and that coach there did it this way, and it taught him how to do it that way, and he's a really smart guy.
I like the fact that our head coach, as a player, has been in a lot of Super Bowls and had success and made big plays in Super Bowls, whether it's strip sacks or scoring touchdowns, and hopefully he can kind of translate to players and kind of motivate them because he's done it himself and knows what it's like to be in these big games and perform at the highest level. And, we're talking about the defense. I hope that he can, like, tell, guys like Spillane and people who have never been in Super Bowls, like, this is how you need to be thinking. This is what you need to be looking for, But so I think we have a slight advantage there with having a coach like that in this game.
Yeah.
Really set himself up well. I mean, he's, I don't know what
I
the
looked up
future is.
Gaskowski.
Oh,
It was bugging me.
Yeah,
He missed one against the Rams, and he missed one against Philly, and he missed an extra point against Philly in that game, too.
Yeah, I knew he had missed a couple. I am not like you. I don't have the steel trap to remember.
No, but I wanted to because it was bugging me. Like, I couldn't remember.
No, I couldn't remember either.
The big thing for me for Gostowski wasn't really his fault. It was Bill going for 4th and 13 in field goal range in Super Bowl, 42.
Yeah.
Jay Glazer just walked by.
Oh.
Scoopage.
Yeah. He's all jacked up.
He's got a tight black T-shirt on.
Yeah.
Of course he does.
That's how he does.
He had a transformation, right? Because he wasn't always like that when he first started.
Now he's like an
MMA guy.
Yeah.
I heard a story about him. Strahan, I guess. He was Strahan's guy. That's how he broke in. Strahan loved him and said, this is the guy to talk to, and Strahan really helped launch his career.
Okay. Let's see. Sean in Petaluma in Sonoma County, about an hour north of here, I guess. Sneaky good point by Deuce just now that I haven't heard anyone say yet. The Seahawks have only played division opponents in these playoffs. division games, and a team's familiarity changes the dynamic quite a bit. Playing the Patriots will be a whole different animal than what Seattle has faced so far.
Plus, they've been at home.
I just have a question about that, and it is an interesting point. Yeah. Is it a good one or a bad one for the Patriots?
I think it would be.
Doesn't it make it easier for Seattle to play someone different that doesn't know them inside and out?
So I was thinking that you were saying they played the Rams and the 49ers are two of the best teams in the league.
Well, yeah,
right.
That's first and foremost. But I'm talking about the whole division thing. I agree with Deuce's point about division games. They're often kind of atypical because of the knowledge that the teams have of each other.
Yeah.
And it's sometimes you end up with a tough game. You know, it's like Baltimore against Cleveland. It ends up being 13-10.
Yeah, right.
Even though Cleveland stinks and Baltimore's his talent, just
right.
because it's a division game and funny things happen sometimes.
Yeah.
Because they know each other so well. I would think it's probably a welcome sight for Seattle to see somebody different after seeing two division opponents. To Evan's point, two division opponents that are probably top 5 in the league.
Yeah, I was thinking it more in that respect of like, I mean, the Rams might be one of the best 2 or 3 teams in football that just didn't get over Seattle and had to play on the road.
Right.
You know,
well,
in
that's
Seattle,
and
that's
kind
of
let's
what
face it, they
felt
got
like
a
decided
fluke
that game.
call that changed the whole game on that Thursday night game with
Right.
that Fakakta 2-point conversion that they gave Seattle. Otherwise, that game probably would have been in L.A.
Yeah.
Now, Seattle probably still would have had a home field advantage in L.A. because there would have been more Seahawks fans than Rams.
Right.
But maybe
Not
they
the same.
lose.
Yeah, the overtime game in the regular season was a little bit different than this, but the NFC Championship game, the level of difficulty of some of the plays the Rams made in that game.
Stafford throws were insane.
And Puka just, mossing guys and things like it was incredible to watch, how just terrific that offense played in that game. Now, the regular season one that went to overtime, there was a lot of open receivers in that game. The Seahawks had trouble covering in that game. But, I was hoping to watch the NFC Championship game and be like, the Patriots could recreate that, and it's like Puka just making like one-handed catches on the sideline.
Yeah,
it's like,
right.
cool. All right.
Anthony in Virginia, why is everyone acting like the Seahawks offense is the Rams? Darnold had 20 turnovers, which was highest in the NFL.
Who is that?
We are
like
the
the
best
Seahawks offense is like the Rams.
I think they're kind of like the Rams in 2018.
We are the best defense. We are the best defense he's faced in the playoffs. People seem to have a 3-game memory.
Yeah, I don't think anybody thinks a whole lot of the Seattle offense, to be honest with you. I haven't heard one person gush about Seattle's defense is getting all the attention, not the offense.
I mean, JSN deserves all the praise that he gets.
He's a great player.
Him and Kenneth Walker are both really good players. I think the one question that you wonder from the Patriots' point of view, like Darnold was unbelievable under pressure in the NFC Championship game, which is atypical of how
can he do that again?
Right.
Absolutely.
So if he's under pressure like that again, is he going to make all? He threw, I think, 3 touchdown passes under pressure in the NFC title game. Like, is he going to be able to recreate that again? Because the stats would tell you over the course of the season, he's one of the lowest graded quarterbacks while under pressure.
Right.
But in the playoffs, he's been really, really good under pressure. Just anecdotally in 2 games.
Yeah, I would give the edge to the Patriots defense in that matchup. If you just generically, not breaking down individual matchups, but just say Patriots defense against the Seahawks offense, I think 99% of people would say I'll give the edge to the Patriots defense.
The matchup I keep coming back to is that interior 3 against Barmore and Williams. Yep. I think that's probably the biggest mismatch in the Patriots' favor in the entire game. Is that the Seattle interior offensive line against Durden, Barmore, Williams.
I started off the show by giving our betting fans out there a little tip.
You did.
You're going to get good odds on Milton Williams as MVP. Take that bet. You don't have to bet the house. Just take the odds, make the bet, and then
thank me later.
Give me a little taste.
Little taste.
All right.
little taste. All
right, we're going to take another break, and then we'll cruise through the rest of the show. We'll be right back after this.
Come on. Switch it. Come on. Come on. Come on. Switch. Switch.
Let there be ideas too big to stay ideas, and the software to make them soar. Let there be anything. Autodesk.
The future with AI will twist and turn. Cisco is the critical infrastructure for the AI era, clearing your path to wide open possibility. Cisco.
Dunkin's $5 meal deal. A yummy wake-up wrap. A medium iced or hot coffee. And 6 crispy golden hash browns. Dunkin's $5 meal deal. A deal for everyone.
It ain't my dad's razor, Dad.
Hey, watch it.
It's from Gillette Labs. This green bar releases trapped hairs from my face.
Game changer.
While the Flex, this contours to it. So the 5 blades can get virtually every hair in one stroke. For the ultimate Gillette shaving experience.
The best a man can get
is Gillette Labs.
We had a Crime Stopper tip come in.
We walked into a real one tonight.
How much you sitting on?
Over 20 mil.
Any ideas who might want this money?
The cartel, dirty cops.
Where do you want to start?
Move, go! It'd be so much easier if we just stole this money. I swear to God.
Come on. Switch it. Come on. Come on. Come on. Switch. Switch.
Let there be ideas too big to stay ideas, and the software to make them soar. Let there be anything. Autodesk.
The future with AI will twist and turn. Cisco is the critical infrastructure for the AI era, clearing your path to wide open possibility. Cisco.
Dunkin's $5 meal deal. A yummy wake-up wrap. A medium iced or hot coffee. And 6 crispy golden hash browns. Dunkin's $5 meal deal. A deal for everyone.
It ain't my dad's razor, Dad.
Hey, watch it.
It's from Gillette Labs. This green bar releases trapped hairs from my face.
Game changer.
While the Flex, this contours to it. So the 5 blades can get virtually every hair in one stroke. For the ultimate Gillette shaving experience.
The best a man can get
is Gillette Labs.
We had a Crime Stopper tip come in.
We walked into a real one tonight.
How much you sitting on?
Over 20 mil.
Any ideas who might want this money?
The cartel, dirty cops.
Where do you want to start?
Move, go! It'd be so much easier if we just stole this money. I swear to God.
Come on. Switch it. Come on. Come on. Come on. Switch. Switch.
Let there be ideas too big to stay ideas, and the software to make them soar. Let there be anything. Autodesk.
The future with AI will twist and turn. Cisco is the critical infrastructure for the AI era, clearing your path to wide open possibility. Cisco.
Dunkin's $5 meal deal. A yummy wake-up wrap. A medium iced or hot coffee. And 6 crispy golden hash browns. Dunkin's $5 meal deal. A deal for everyone.
It ain't my dad's razor, Dad.
Hey, watch it.
It's from Gillette Labs. This green bar releases trapped hairs from my face.
Game changer.
While the Flex Disc contours to it, so the 5 blades can get virtually every hair in one stroke. For the ultimate Gillette shaving experience,
The best a man can get
is Gillette Labs.
We had a Crime Stopper tip come in.
We walked into a real one tonight.
How much you sitting on?
Over 20 mil.
Any ideas who might want this money?
The cartel, dirty cops.
Where do you want to start?
Move, go! It'd be so much easier if we just stole this money. I swear to God.
This is Patriots Unfiltered.
Presented by Toyota's official website for deals, buyatoyota.com.
All right, back here on Patriots Unfiltered, live from Radio Row here in San Francisco, and we are joined by none other than Doug Flutie. And I would say, Doug Flutie, you're not just a Patriot legend or an NFL.
I'm just old as dirt.
No, you're a pro. you're a pro football legend.
Well, thank
and
you.
in New England, you're just a football legend because of what you did at BC. So, like, you did it everywhere.
And the drop kick, obviously.
You're like international.
I tell you, once what we did at BC, I thought was going to be the pinnacle of my career. You know, it was going to be, I'm a 5'10", 175-pound kid. And to play as long as I did and do something, CFL put the fun back in the game. I got back to the NFL and played in the Pro Bowl. I wouldn't change a thing. It was just so much fun. Ended it with the drop kick. Yeah. Got these bookend moments, so it was a blast.
They're like Tutti Flutie.
You got screwed at the end there with the Bills. You should have played in that game.
Thanks for noticing.
You got screwed. You did.
Yeah, I hear you. I know. It was one of those things. And I go back to Buffalo, and the people, I'll tell you, the people in Buffalo are amazing. I had my best NFL years in Buffalo, but I only spent 3 years there.
Yeah.
And I go back up there, and they treat me like I'm Jim Kelly, for crying out loud. They're amazing.
If you were good to them, they'll be good to you up there.
They really are. And they don't care if you were a starting quarterback or a role player or a special teams guy. If you played hard, they love you for life.
They still love the Flutie Flakes, too, right?
Yeah, yeah, they just don't eat them anymore.
So, I don't know if you know this story, but when you were with the Patriots, there was a game, you were playing at Gillette, and we're in there, and Bill Polian was in the press box, and you were running around, and Polian slams the table and says, "Break his legs." Like, I've never seen, like, somebody on another team, like, do that in a press box.
You know what was I really shouldn't
go
here.
Ahead.
But the Patriots came to Buffalo. Rob Johnson was starting, and I was the backup at the moment. And Rob went out in the first quarter. It was a snowy, cold day, and he went out. I went in. I played extremely well. I think the game might have even gone to overtime. I don't know. But after the game, I'm walking up the ramp, and Belichick sees me, and Bill comes over. I'm playing for Buffalo now. Comes over, he says, "I told him not to touch that guy. We leave him in the game. We didn't want you in the game."
That's funny.
So I have a game that you played against the Patriots earlier in your career with San Diego, and it was, I think, Tom Brady's first big comeback.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Do you have
Tom's first start, I believe?
Yeah, it was. I think it was it was a couple of weeks in, but they had just gotten killed in Miami, and it was like he played a game they won, then they got killed in Miami. It was like, oh, okay, reality check. Then you guys got them up 10 late in the fourth quarter.
Mm-hmm. We're up. We've got the ball up 3 or 7, I believe, and we got a chance to run the clock out. We get 9 yards on first down. It's 2nd and 1, under 2 minutes. I come to the sideline and go, let's go play action. I'll hit the fullback in the flat. Game is over. No. We got to run the ball. We got to keep the clock right. I go, they're going to stack it. I just do the little play action fullback. It's safe. I ran it up the middle twice, stuff. Had to punt it back to Tommy. They hit 2 miraculous plays and end up sticking it in the end zone and beat us in overtime.
You got to listen to your quarterback.
I was pissed.
I think
when we didn't get that
about
first down, no lie, we didn't get. And I just saw Woody, our equipment guy, up in Buffalo not long ago. I come over to the bench. I knew the game was over. I knew it. I turned and I threw my helmet at the Gatorade.
Yeah.
Woody walks right across as I threw the helmet, and I hit him in the stomach with my helmet. And I never felt so bad in my life. But Yeah, you knew that was coming. You could see it all lining up.
Doug, I got another game for you. Not quite a game, but I used to play public hockey in Natick.
Oh, my
God.
gosh.
Okay.
And I remember a couple times, this
Glory
guy comes
days.
out in some Aeroflex Reggie Lemelin pads, and we're like, is that Doug Flutie? And he's picking out the best kids, which I have to say I was one of them. You wanted us to come down on you and take shots and everything, and it was one of the coolest things. I tell people all the time, I used to play public hockey with Doug Flutie in Natick.
Still up until this year. I kind of have a little hip flexor strain, so I stopped for the last 6 months, but I've been playing in men's leagues down in Florida.
Yeah.
I gave away all my hockey equipment, right, when I moved to Florida. There's a rink a half hour away. Guys reel me back in.
That's great.
It's the best.
What was I going to say?
No one really knows.
So
Is
there a particular reason why you're here?
Yes. Light helmets.
Yeah.
This is a company that is owned by players, run by players. Extremely light helmet. Obviously, for agility, fatigue, and all that, it's an advantage to be light. But it's also different liners for different positions as well. With your O-line, D-line, quarterback, whatnot. And all the guys that have worn them this year in the NCAA, in the NFL, no record of a concussion yet.
May I?
Yep.
Yeah.
And
okay,
it's basically space age technology
Yep.
and military technology into that.
Oh yeah, it's light.
Extremely light helmet. The company's been going since 2018. The mission basically is to preserve the sports we love and the players that play it.
So interesting that they have different way of doing it for different positions.
Yeah, I don't understand why
Yeah.
I know from a quarterback standpoint you want extra padding in the back because you're getting that whiplash thing fading back. Maybe a fullback more up in the front. I don't know, but the bottom line is it's to the position. It's the lightweight, and I picked this thing up today, and I'm thinking.
Are the high schools using them yet?
Yes. Also high schools.
Because I run a high school coaches clinic.
What is the high school brand? It's Apache Lightning.
Okay.
For the youth, and Apache Pro. Let me double check one. Yeah, just Apache is varsity.
I love it.
And it's called Light Helmets?
Light Helmets, Light.
Yeah.
And it's exciting. It's voted the best of the new helmets coming out.
Okay. And I hope the pro football.
All I know is that the bike helmet that I wore was about 4 times as heavy as this.
I was going to say, you said it was voted best helmet. I hope the pro football voters didn't vote it because they don't know what they're doing.
Then we have to get rid of the results.
Right, absolutely.
We don't trust those results.
All right, so let's get the real question. Go back to your drop kick, right? That game. That
Yeah.
drop kick is also remembered for another 2-point conversion in that game. What are your recollections on the sideline as to what Bill may or may not have told Matt Castle?
Very good.
Steel trap over.
Very good. Yeah. Not a word has ever been spoken. Nobody has said. But I looked over and I'm like, that was an easy throw.
Yeah, and it ended up in the first row.
And the difference is you want to play Pittsburgh, you want to play Jacksonville.
Correct.
Yeah.
The only thing, and you're going to have to go to Castle because Castle would be the only guy
He
that would.
insists that he just messed up the throw. He
Oh.
won't.
Take it to his grave.
I go down past him.
All right.
He insists that he goes, nah.
All I know is
I just gagged an easy throw.
He missed the same throw on Friday.
Oh. That's that insider knowledge right
there.
there.
That's all I know, and I didn't think anything of it, on Friday. And after the game, it kind of I didn't think of it in the moment, and then as I was walking, after the game, I'm thinking,
yeah.
Man, that was an easy
Same
throw.
thing happened on Friday.
Oh, I tell you, that's why Bill should be in the Hall of Fame.
I tell you,
Thinks of every scenario.
Yeah. Hey, you got to take it in, and it's so hard to do as a player. Not a situation like that, but even in a preseason game, to not play, to sit. When I was up in Calgary, Edmonton was our rival. I was supposed to play the first quarter of the preseason game against Edmonton. We were trailing. I stayed in. It was a tight game at half. I stayed in. I played the whole game, and we won it in overtime. And it was a meaningless preseason game. So it's just hard as a competitor to do anything like that. The coaches have to, if they want to do stuff, they got to pull players and sit their butts down and let the number 2s and 3s play.
Yeah.
And they're still going to go play their heart out.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right.
Can I ask you about BC and Coach O'Brien is obviously pretty close with Coach Vrabel as well. And just, I know it wasn't the best season last year, but what did you see from Coach O'Brien right now?
Yeah, the first year, I thought it looked really encouraging. I was all excited and like we're going to be competitive, and then we lose our quarterback. Tommy Castellanos he was a little banged up, but he was turning the ball over, so he benches him. The next day, the kid's in a portal. Yeah. He makes more money.
Yeah.
I hate college football for that.
Yeah.
I hate it.
Yeah.
So anyway, they looked encouraging, got better as the year went, but what was it? 2 wins this season. Very frustrating, and you look at the NIL, we're just not going to be able to compete. I mean, let me put it this way. It's not important to me to give millions of dollars to Boston College so they become a 7-4 football team.
Right.
It doesn't change my life. I love watching Boston College football. I love watching college basketball, BC. To the Texas guy, it is important for him to win a national championship, or the Oklahoma guy, or the Alabama guy, or the LSU. They, even if it's millions of dollars out of their pocket, they don't care if they have a chance to win a national championship. In Boston, we really don't care if Boston College is going to win a national championship.
Right. Yeah.
And that's just the way it is. It's like I want to enjoy watching football. It's a brotherhood. I love the guys. We all keep in touch. It's a tight-knit group. But, if Boston College goes 7-4 rather than 4-7, it was a fun year.
Yeah, we've never been a college sports town.
And that's what was so crazy about my years.
Yeah.
Is it was a pro sports town that went college crazy for a couple of years.
Absolutely. That was great.
Yeah.
Well, listen, and it's great to see you. Yeah, so thanks for taking the time.
Really appreciate
it, Doug.
Go Pats.
Yeah.
Thanks, Doug.
It's really nice to meet you.
All right, Doug
guys.
Flutie, everybody. All right, let's take one more break, and then we'll wrap it up.
Come on. Switch it. Come on. Come on. Come on. Switch. Switch.
Let there be ideas too big to stay ideas, and the software to make them soar. Let there be anything. Autodesk.
The future with AI will twist and turn. Cisco is the critical infrastructure for the AI era, clearing your path to wide open possibility. Cisco.
Dunkin's $5 meal deal. A yummy wake-up wrap. A medium iced or hot coffee. And 6 crispy golden hash browns. Dunkin's $5 meal deal. A deal for everyone.
It ain't my dad's razor, Dad.
Hey, watch it.
It's from Gillette Labs. This green bar releases trapped hairs from my face.
Game changer.
While the Flex, this contours to it. So the 5 blades can get virtually every hair in one stroke. For the ultimate Gillette shaving experience.
The best a man can get
is Gillette Labs.
We had a Crime Stopper tip come in.
We walked into a real one tonight.
How much you sitting on?
Over 20 mil.
Any ideas who might want this money?
The cartel, dirty cops.
Where do you want to start? Move, go! It'd be so much easier if we just stole this money. I swear to God. Come on. Switch it. Come on. Come on. Come on. Switch. Switch.
This is Patriots Unfiltered.
Presented by Toyota's official website for deals, buyatoyota.com.
All right, back here on Radio Row. We're on our final segment, and we are privileged to have the most accurate long snapper in the history of football. I don't mean NFL, history of football. Lonnie Paxton here. What's up, Lonnie?
That. Good, man. We're
The
doing
most
good. How you
famous
guys?
Snow
long
Angels.
snapper in the
You
history
know,
of
that's
football.
before Instagram and YouTube, so it was just from the heart. Just a Cali kid playing in the snow, and
Yep.
it blew up.
Yep, there you go. But, I mean, your accuracy was legendary. It really was.
Well, I always felt like I was getting cut the night of the practice. So, Bill had us on our toes. And, for me, it's 8 yards, 15 yards every time, but you're dealing with the elements. But I really had that mojo with Kenny Walters and Josh Miller and some of the great holders of the NFL that never get credit, but guys are able to get the ball down for Adam or Steve to put it through, and obviously the big punts in the games.
And your accuracy was never more on display than in that safety game in Denver. Now, were you aiming for the goalpost or not?
Well, when Bill pulls us off the field, he's like, we'd practice fast safeties and slow safeties. Slow is you run around and wait to step out the back. Fast is get it done so you don't lose any time. So he pulls me over. He's like, Lonnie, snap it out of the back of the freaking end zone. So I was like, I'll put it in the 30th row, Bill, if you want me to. So I just chucked it, and because of the accuracy, the goalposts were on a hash. It was right behind me. It hit it. Everyone thought it was a live ball. Funny part is when we won and we get back to practice on Monday, we got to run our legs out and media stuff. He's like, Paxton, get over here. Do it again, and we ain't running.
Yeah.
I missed. Everyone's like, God.
So what are you up to?
I got 4 kids. A couple going into high school. A couple young. They all play football, flag football, tackle football, and just when I transitioned out of the league, I worked at GoPro for 8 years. So I traveled the world, built a nice nucleus of athletes and brand partners around the world, and. COVID kind of took that away, and so I've been independently consulting, advising, sitting on boards, one being Light Helmets, a couple other products. Flag 50, we do live scoring for flag football, and just trying to stay involved in sports, technology, and that's why I really help Light out about. They're Carlsbad, locally based to me, and I'm passionate about, just how light the helmets are, the safety aspect. I want my kids to wear the best stuff, and now it's taken off a bit.
Yeah, Doug was talking about it as well, Doug Flutie. What about it that, is it that you like the most?
Well, obviously, the name says it for itself, right? Light. We were always instructed that these big, bulky, heavy helmets are the safest.
Remember the water helmets?
Yeah. Oh, water and gel.
The bike helmets were so heavy.
I think like Grogan and those guys were probably wearing the ones with just the net in it.
Right.
But it's I like the fact that it is lighter, and the safety studies are proven that a lighter helmet, less of a whiplash. It's obviously safe on impact, but the whiplash gets a lot of people when they hit the ground. You saw it in the playoffs a few times. Guys just hitting their head on the ground, and if you can reduce that, then it reduces a lot of head injuries.
Yeah. I always say that guys need to strengthen their necks more too, because you see guys they go down and their heads like on a spring, but like I was always taught, you bull your neck and you do your bridges and build up that neck strength, and that helps you from hitting the ground like they do.
Yeah, well, I would say that the old school guys did a lot of neck because they had a heavy ass helmet and they needed to support it. That's why all football players, you're like, look at the neck on that guy.
Right.
But it's primarily the linemen, D-line, linebackers. You don't see as many whiplash injuries because those guys actually concentrate on the smaller guys, the DBs.
Right.
Receivers, they take a lot of whiplashes and they have less strong necks. But the technology is there and it's evolved. The old school, the Rydells and Schutz, those are kind of grandfathered in, where you got this kind of new kid on the block that's really making a great product and saving a lot of head injuries.
Yep.
How much do you still watch the game? You still
rooting? Man, we're yelling at the TV every weekend. I married a Boston girl, Patriot cheerleader, and so we're all fans. So I got Boston roots with the Patriots as well as married into it. So, we're watching it. I like watching AFC. The NFC doesn't really appeal to me quite a bit unless Tommy's, announcing. Sometimes he drops my name, so I get a little lucky there.
Yeah.
And but yeah, we pay attention quite a bit and still, feel like me sitting back in California with my kids, I can't like put into words how it feels to be sitting on this side and telling stories to my kids versus when I was playing and didn't think I'd be sitting there.
I was curious if you had any interaction with Marty Marpu, Sacramento State guy, right?
Not much. I've said hi.
I know obviously there's a huge difference in
yeah,
age, but
I said hi on the sidelines a few times. Actually, his uncle is one of our Pop Warner coaches, so there's a little tie-in in Carlsbad. But the Hornets, the Sac State, they're locally based here too, and new coach, new GM, my former roommate John Osterhout, and so anytime I see a Hornet succeeding, you step up and say what up.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, Fred.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to ask you about Julian Ashby. We had a rookie long snapper this year, pretty flawless. I mean, not many mistakes. What's the challenge coming in first year long snapping in the league?
Well, the biggest challenge is the team knows that you're playing against, right? So they're going to pick on the rookie. That's when it gets really hard. Now the rules have changed. They can't line up on you, right? When they were lining up on me and I was a rookie or first-year guy, they just try to blow you up, make you think about that versus the snap, which you should really just get the snap there and then figure that out. And so we practice that way. So now guys won't practice for that initial hit because they don't have to deal with it. And then obviously the situation, the weather, the moment in the game, what's riding on it, what's on the line, and knowing that you only have one job to do, so you got to do it right. So there's a lot of pressure there.
All right, we know you got to fly, but before we go, you got a prediction?
Well, I got on a podcast last week, and I said it's going to come down to a special teams play. And in these big games, I said 90% of our Super Bowls have come down to some sort of special teams play, whether it's with a couple minutes left or at the very end. I'm calling that again. Patriots win by 3 or 2, something to put us above. But we're going to walk off into history.
Nice. Love it.
Okay.
Awesome.
All right. Lonnie.
Yeah, boys.
Good
Thanks,
seeing
Lonnie.
you.
it's great
to
seeing
see you guys.
All right.
All right.
All right. And that's going to be it for this edition of Patriots Unfiltered, live from Radio Row. We will be back tomorrow at 1 o'clock. We'll have more guests, more talk. Evan will be back at some point, right?
Yeah, about the same time.
I know Mina Kimes is going to be here, but
I'm not going to rush this
time. Can we give you a reason to come back?
Don't forget to give him a plug for his Catch 22.
Yeah, Catch 22.
Yeah, coming up tonight.
Yes.
That's coming up tonight. What time?
7 to 9 Eastern, 4 to 6 Pacific.
Okay. All right. So look forward to that. We're going to say goodbye. We'll see you tomorrow.
Hey, this is Alex. Thanks for tuning in. If you want to help us, make sure you like us on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Also, make sure you follow us on the New England Patriots YouTube channel to see this show and everything else we do here at the Patriots. Thanks a lot.